like an eye on top.
Cool.
Oh, is that Dash?
Dash?
Yeah.
Yes, I love Dash.
Do you have a Dash in your life?
I do. He's in my trunk right now.
Oh, gosh. Oh, I got a message. Okay, I went live. Does that mean we're live?
I still see off air.
I see no, I just saw from, oh, we are. We're on. Hey, so we are. So we're live. So, hi, I'm Mary Alice Curran.
Hi, I'm Curran D.
And we're a mother-son DigSit team, and we're really excited to be joining you today for the Global Maker Day, where we get to share our story and our journey about really trying to solve a really serious issue. So we are on this journey as entrepreneurs, as mother and son. You only have about 20 minutes before we have to get on the bus. So we're going to start with our story. You want to tell them what grade you're in and how old you are?
I'm in 3rd grade and I'm 9 years old.
And what did you just most recently do?
Spoke at a TED Talk.
Drop the mic. What was that again? Can you say that again?
Spoke at a TED Talk.
Yeah, at 9 years old. So the fact that, like, you know, we're big proponents of making sure that we get more student voice into this critical conversation. So we're going to share our screen right now and share some of the story that we told at our TED Talk. So I'm going to start with Curran, and again, 3rd grade, 9 years old, first TED Talk a couple of weeks ago. And so while I'm just setting this up, you want to tell them what's the big focus? What's your story that you like to tell?
For digital access for all students everywhere.
You know what? And not everybody, you know, if we talk to, if I were to anybody that's watching this, you know, we could say, do you know what digital access is? And they'll say, oh yeah, I know what digital access is. You know, we have one-to-one at our school. What does digital access really mean, though?
Having access to students having access for students everywhere, at schools and at home.
Okay, so what kind of access? So not just the technology.
To tools like blogging and Buncee.
All right. Well, can you? A nice shout out for Buncee right now, because what are you for Buncee?
A student ambassador.
A student ambassador. So you basically are telling me digital access is really about making sure that our students have access to learn with the world.
Yes.
And that's through social media tools?
Yes.
All right. When did you start? Here was your first social media tool that we have up on the screen about blogging. When did you start?
Was it 2012?
Let's see. Let's see.
1st grade?
1st grade.
Yeah, 1st grade, and I got my own blog.
Okay, why did you want to start your blog? Did you do this at school? Did you do it at home?
At home. I wanted to have my own blog so I can learn with the world.
Okay, and what was the motivation? There was something behind it.
The Around the World, I forget the name of the blog.
So we did this. I did this project with my undergrad and graduate students to see if we could get a tweet around the world.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't know if we could do it 2 years ago, but it took, what, 24 hours? And you were really involved with it.
Yeah.
And so we'd get, like, Romania, and then you'd go, we got Romania! And we were, you know, tagging and tallying things up and then finding them on the map. And so it was so exciting that our tweet did go around the world, and then the very next day you asked for your blog because you wanted to keep learning with the world. So this is a blog from home, and it's Around the World with Curran, and this was his first post. Let's see what that date is.
November 3rd, 2013.
Yep, and where in the world are you? And you remember the very first blog post, you got 110 comments.
Yeah.
So how did that feel as a 1st grader? You know, to write a blog post. I think at the time I tweeted it out for you, and you got all these comments from around the world.
It felt good.
How about, do you get to do anything like this at your school?
No.
This is where, from a mother and educator's perspective, we really need, instead of having our teachers say to pass something in, to publish it, because you get an authentic audience, and there is no way that what you're seeing right now could be replicated in a traditional classroom. So here's a great picture, and where we were locating the different areas. I think that was from the tweet Around the World.
Yeah.
So you want to say another great, this to me is when you became a blogger and you really got into social media.
My rainforest animal project in first grade.
Okay, what did it look like? So it was a first grade project at the end of the year.
The first page had animals to choose from. The second page had a list in the blanks about your animal. The third page had
Like something like the diorama
yeah,
or something. Or their
yeah,
ecosystem.
yeah, the ecosystem. Then the other page was the diorama.
Okay, and so you came home and what did you say?
Can I blog about this?
And what did you want from blogging? What were you hoping to get out of it?
A lot of animals to research.
So you probably got how many animals do you think people? So you blogged about it. I tweeted it out. You heard from like this one's the digital rainforest. I think they're out of Peru.
Yeah.
How many animals do you think you heard?
Probably over 20.
Okay. How many did you research?
All of them.
It was really amazing. As a parent, I've never seen you so authentically engaged in such a project. So you researched all the animals that you got from your contacts on social media.
Mm-hmm.
And then what did you do?
And then I filled out the sheet.
Okay, but before you even filled out the sheet, you put them in what? Categories?
Yeah, categories, my top 10, my top 5, and finally my top choice, the Bitteron.
Okay, you ready for the Bitteron for our Google Hangout? This is the Bitteron. Now, how would we have, I don't know if I would ever have known about a Bitteron. Would you have?
No.
I never heard of him. What is he?
A bear cat.
And what does he smell like?
Buttered popcorn.
And guess what? For everybody watching this Google Hangout, a couple of days ago, if you look at the hashtag World Bitteron Day, there's such a thing. There really is. There's such a thing. It's amazing. So you ended up doing that like packet, that worksheet packet on the Bitteron.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you from my perspective now as both a parent and an educator, the teacher basically saw this as a missed opportunity because he didn't follow the directions. And you know, what was missed is just how authentically engaged you were with this whole learning project. So, what's our big mantra between the two of us as a mother and son? What do we want to make sure?
All students deserve this type of learning.
And we've done things. We actually have a post together on FOSSI, the Family Online Safety Institute, about how we're trying to model as a mother and son how to use social media to be safe, savvy, and ethical. And that just like before you get your keys to the car for, you know, getting your license, you have to do road time, you have to take classes. And so what Karan and I are doing right now, he's only 9, is we're road testing social media tools together. So by the time that he is 13 and he can have all these applications, he's going to be more mindful. So this year, what did you ask to do?
Have my own Twitter account.
And what happened? What did Mom say?
No, you have to be 13 to have a lot of social media accounts.
Yes, Mom plays by the rules. But, so this is where we have, so people could follow you. So you can tell them what your Twitter handle is.
At Kern Central.
And so we do this together. How many chats have you moderated so far?
3.
And what else have you done since you got your this Twitter handle? So you've moderated 3 chats for educators.
Mm-hmm. I spoke at the DigCit Summit UK. And
Whoa. What is the DigCit Summit UK?
Digital Citizenship Summit UK.
It was our first international conference. So when was the first conference? You actually spoke at one before. In October.
Oh yeah, at the DigCit Summit.
Yep, it was our the very first conference ever in the whole world dedicated to digital citizenship, where we carved out, with my co-founder David Polgar, I don't know if he's watching this Google Hangout or not, the two of us started this Digital Citizenship Summit. It happened in October. We were the #1 trend on Twitter. You got to be part of our closing comments, and then, go ahead, you can tell them about the UK.
And then I spoke at the DigCit Summit UK.
Which was our first international conference in January. And then, since then?
I spoke at a TED Talk, and...
Now here for Global Maker Day?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Have you live tweeted any conferences?
Yes.
Hold on. You're 9 years old and you've live tweeted conferences.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is what we want to make sure that all students get to do. So here's our big... I love this line. This is one of your favorite quotes.
Students need digital access like they need water and air.
Okay, how do we ensure that all students everywhere have access? Because, you know, you're lucky. You get access at home, but there are some students that don't have access at home and they don't have access at school. So what do you think our big mission is going to be as a mother and son to ensure that all students get to have access to learn with the world?
To get digital access in all schools everywhere.
Yeah, and then, you know, there are some, this is great, there are some districts that are putting Wi-Fi on buses and then leaving buses in neighborhoods, parking them in neighborhoods so that when kids are home, they'll have access. Remember there was like some chat we had said, was talking about access, that we could even put on those pigeons. This was crazy, but we could put on pigeons, little Wi-Fi packs, and fly them into neighborhoods. But we really feel very strongly, whatever it's going to take, to make that sure that students get to have the same opportunities that you've had. So let's see here.
The best way to learn about the world is with the world.
Boom, absolutely. And then
I want digital access for all students everywhere to learn with the world, both at school and at home.
And then, to give Bunsey another shout out, this was made specifically for us for part of our TED Talk. So I'm going to go back to our Google Hangout where you can see us. And I should have probably opened up the question and answers now that here we go, if anybody had any questions. So, oh gosh, look, we do have some questions. Nancy's from Texas. Ha ha, this is wonderful. I knew you were from Texas, Nancy, but I'm saying this for Curran. Oh, wonderful. We got Bunsey is in here. Oh, this is wonderful. Is there anything in particular that we can answer before Curran has to get on the school bus to go to school with no access today? Although, can you tell the story? So your parents opted you out of the state test. And everybody else had to take the state test, and what did you do?
I had to sit in the office.
Okay, is that awful? That's awful. For how long on that first day did you have to sit in the office?
2 hours.
Did you have anything to do?
No.
Okay, so Mom went a little cray-cray about it. And what did we do the very next day? What did you get to do for testing?
I gotta go into the library and get on Bunsey.
Woohoo! So, and then I don't understand, for this district, you know, you have your own account for Bunsey, but it would be great. What do you think, all the kids? I mean, wouldn't it have been better to create Bunseys than to take that state test?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so it does break my heart that that things aren't accessible at school. So our big thing is, let's see if there's anything. This is amazing. Oh, it should be shared with all students. This is what we want to do. We want DigSit for students, by students. And so we're kind of revamping our DigSit chat, but we definitely, and it'll be revamped really for next year, but we want to get more student voice. I mean, we've always encouraged student voice, but where teachers and parents come with either their students or their children, and that we get to really model doing this together. So we think of as being an entrepreneur, it's solving a problem. And what we're trying to do, I mean, I'm doing it with my co-founder, David Polgar. We're solving a problem with the DigSit Summits, which are these conferences that are happening and resources that are happening all around the world. But as a mother and son, what we're doing to solve a problem is we're trying to do this for
students.
Yeah, for students. And whether that's going to be in classrooms, well, we definitely want to make sure it's happening in classrooms. But we're also trying to be mother and son, model this for parents. So, and maybe, you know, for our chat next year, for the next upcoming school year, we kind of invite parents to come with wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah.
And maybe we do it like on a Google Hangout or a Blab. Okay. So I know you've got to go get ready for school. You have anything that you want to say to anybody? Last comments?
No.
How about thanks for having me?
Thanks for having me.
And Sarah, we don't know if you're still there, Sarah.
Oh, I'm here.
Always okay. She's still there. All right, terrific. You got anything you want to ask before he leaves?
Oh, I just say great job. This is just fantastic. All of this great information that y'all are sharing. So kudos, Kurt. Kudos, Mariana. Great stuff.
Okay, well, I'll keep going. But Sarah, you saw him live tweet at the DigSit Summit UK.
Yes, I did, and he did such an awesome job.
So I think of like 9-year-olds live tweeting. How about if we got to live tweet in classrooms, elementary classrooms? And before you go, when you were at the TED Talk, how old were all the other students?
In high school and college.
And so what do you think about that? And you were the only 9-year-olds. Remember we talked about it.
We should have a student panel.
Yeah, we should have a student panel at the next DigCit Summit, but how old should everybody be, do you think?
My age.
Yeah, why are we waiting until they're in high school when this is like the foundation? And so for solving problems, it starts early and often. So I'm going to go give a hug before he leaves. Have a great day at school.
Bye, Mom.
And as I always say, be wicked smart. I miss you already. Will you close the door so the dogs don't come in? All right, great. All right, so I get to continue to be with you this morning and really talk about why we started the Digital Citizenship Summit. And so for those of you, thanks so much for letting Curran be a part of this and really sharing his story from the perspective of a third grader. But, you know, we started the Digital Citizenship Summit, and that was my co-founder, David Polgar, and I, which is incredible. David is an attorney, and his, area of expertise is like tech balance, humanizing your brand. And he was in West Hartford. I was an associate professor at the University of St. Joe's in West Hartford, but our paths never crossed until a tweet from the West Coast came in and said, you two are doing the same thing. You should meet. And so I was able to, over a cup of coffee, meet with David Polgar in West Hartford Center. And we were both, I was really tired. I've done conferences, I've planned conferences before. I actually created the first digital all 3-credit course for digital citizenship because I was tired of it being an add-on. It's an add-on to the curriculum, it's an add-on to conferences, whether it's an ed tech conference or it drives me crazy when it's an add-on to a bullying conference. It really, needs its own space. So, David and I decided we were gonna take that time and that space and carve out a day specific to the 9 elements of digital citizenship. And we have a lot to thank to Dr. Mike Ribble because anybody that does any research on digital citizenship starts with his research. And so, Sarah, you were part of that day. Mike Ribble was part of that day. And it was in October. So you want to add anything from your perspective? The first opportunity ever globally that was specific towards being safe, savvy, and ethical?
Absolutely. It was amazing. It was such an amazing opportunity, and the speakers were so dynamic. Just so much great information being shared, and I'm glad that this is that you and David are continuing this around the world because this is such an important message and such a needed conversation.
So I feel like the thing that makes us different too as entrepreneurs is that our DigCit Summit brand is really participatory, and the thing that makes it unique is that we have brought, not only are we, is our day specific towards the 9 elements of digital citizenship, but what we're doing is we are bringing different silos together. Usually when you go to a conference, it's the educators go to their conference and the parents go to their conference and the ed tech industry people go to their conference. And so what we were able to do on our first inaugural event in October was we were able to really amplify multiple voices. And so it was for parents. Hi, Fran.
Hi, Mary Alice. How are you?
Wonderful. Terrific. I'm so sorry you just missed Curran. So he had to get on the school bus and go to school. With no access. But I'm just talking about the Digital Citizenship Summit. What's different is we attract and amplify multiple voices. And it's a critical conversation that, to come up with solutions, practical solutions, we need a lot of voices. So that's what I think is really what makes us unique. And I think that on that very first day when we had our first one in October, we were the #1 national trend on Twitter. And Sarah, we only had 220 people that we could actually have on campus. And so we knew that we had struck a nerve and we had this virtual audience. And then by January, we had our first international, the DigCit Summit UK. And since then, we've got in the planning stages, Ireland is in September, St. Louis is in October. Spain is in the in the works for planning Australia, Kenya, Nigeria, Mexico. So, you know, this is something that digital citizenship is something that doesn't matter what your zip code is, it influences and affects everybody. So I always like to use the expression of like skipping stones because it's just a great visual. But when you skip stones, it's got that ripple effect. And this is really what this, as being an entrepreneur, this ripple effect of you're doing something really positive. And you're throwing it, and you're giving it out to the world, and it's got that ripple effect, and it's influencing so many places. So it's really it's exciting. And the other part about it is we really, you know, students are at the core, and I love that I get to be able to share this with my son. And I really hope that we get to motivate other parents, as well as educators, but really parents, because that's a critical piece. Before we give these devices out, how many times do we go, whether it's to dinner or whatever, and I'm going to grab my device now and have bad dig sit. And everybody is, you know, tuned out on their device, the whole family. Or you're at a sporting event, and I'm watching the sporting event through my device, or kindergarten graduation, or whatever it might be. And I'm so busy trying to capture that moment that I'm missing the moment, you know? And so I feel like before we give out devices, parents give out devices to their children, they have to be learning side by side like Curran and I are. So, so I don't know. I mean, we're only at 8:22. Is there anything that I can go pull up? In fact, I'll pull up just so that I can show you our DigCit Summit site. And here we go. I'm going to show that.
And while you're doing it, I just want to say good morning to Fran, and also that I just pulled up at work, so I'm going to bounce off, but I will bounce back soon, and hopefully see y'all soon.
Perfect. Okay. So, Fran.
Sorry. Let me mute myself.
No problem. So for anybody new to this concept, this is our Digital Citizenship Summit. This is our website, and we are the only global network of summits and projects that are focused on safe, savvy, and ethical use of social media and tech. We have this big, I'm hoping it's going to be announced this week, big flagship event that's going to happen on October the 28th. And it's going to be in the Silicon Valley, but the location, I've got to wait for the official press release. But that's really exciting. And as a result of this DigCit Summit, I can show you right here, this DigCit Summit EDU is a different brand which really focuses on, so our DigCit Summit, like I said, really attracts multiple stakeholders. So we've got, you know, parents, tech industry, thought leaders, educators, students, all coming together to really carve out positive and practical solutions around digital citizenship. But the DigCit Summit EDU is really focused in on school districts. So we had our first DigCit Summit EDU in Wisconsin for 400 middle and high school students, and we already have in the works a DigCit Summit EDU planned for the 2016-2017 school year in Austin. We're also in the planning stages with the school in Brooklyn, New York for next school year. But this is an opportunity for, if you want to think of like, you know, a conference, professional development for students and teachers, that's just happening within a school community. So that's a DigCit Summit EDU. We really consider ourselves the hub and the connector for all things digital citizenship. And I can tell you in the works as well is DigCit Summit, the DigCit Institute. So I'm going to pull that up. I don't have a website quite yet. But this is going to be, I'm doing this with Dr. Mike Ribble and Jason Oler. And so it's going to work in parallel with the summit. It's really going to be our research arm. And we'll focus in on, you know, best practices for digital citizenship and research. We're in the process of writing some white papers that we'll be able to launch by this fall for our inaugural event, and then some curriculum development as well. But really looking at it from the standpoint of being, just like the summit, the hub for all things digital citizenship. So again, that's our DigCit Institute, which really we're hoping to have launched and the website ready by ISTE, because we've got a really active group for our PLN and ISTE. And then I'll bring you just back to DigCit Summit, and then to remind you about the difference about the DigCit Summit EDU. And then I'll go back so I can see you. There we go. Am I back? I'm back. All right, wonderful. So I'm trying to catch up on my any of the questions here. And I can see I just got from my Jamie. Jamie, anything in particular you'd like me to address about the DigCit Summit and the DigCit Institute? Anything about? I want to make sure that I'm answering what I should be answering. Oh, I can say, I will tell you that another difference is we're really looking at on, oh, good. There may, no questions, but you can talk about funding. Okay, super, I will do that. I also want to just highlight the difference between the DigCit Summit and a lot of other, organizations are focused on what to avoid. Like for professional development, I get called in all the time because something has happened, and whether, I'm there, to me, it's like I'm putting a Band-Aid on, to talk to parents or talk to students or talk to faculty or a combination of all because something's happened at the school and it's a social media nightmare. That's just a Band-Aid. That's not, I go in and I talk to schools but the solution really is education, and not just focusing on what to avoid, but what to encourage. And so for anybody that got to join us when Curran was here, that's where it's all going to begin, at elementary school. So if our youngest learners get to see social media as a learning tool, that's a really powerful thing that I think. So if we're focusing on what to encourage, by the time we're in high school and we're so focused, or middle school, on what to avoid, I think we could really flip the script. So Jamie had asked me to talk about funding. Oh, hi. Hi, Sarah. So basically for funding, that first inaugural event, we pulled off on a shoestring budget. It's really amazing what we were able to do. And I was able to use my college campus, and we charged for tickets, and it's amazing that it was such a successful event. Since that first inaugural event last October, we have been looking at really building this as a business. And so I'm working with this incredible think tank entrepreneur program out of Houston, Texas, to really look at this business model. And it's amazing, when I look at that definition about being an entrepreneur, as an educator, it can be really kind of intimidating about some of the business. I just actually wrote this post about classroom culture and, startups, and Starbucks is, I think, what the title of my blog post. But I went to this think tank incubator in Houston, and it's different language. It's not necessarily the language that I use as a connected educator. But when you look at the term of being an entrepreneur, the definition, I think I tweeted it out this morning. Let me get but it's really, you're solving, any problem. And this is a problem. And we don't want it to be a problem. We want it to be a solution. So So I'm hoping, as we're doing the Institute as well, right now the Digital Citizenship Summit is an LLC, and we're thinking about being a B Corp, as social entrepreneurs, and looking at a variety of ways where, we've created the brand, but that people would buy into the, to the brand and be able to bring it forth. So we're working on all those details right now with the summit, and then the Institute will probably be a nonprofit working on that. And then, you know, we definitely have the attention of some companies, ed tech companies, because this is such a positive brand, and we will be able to connect them with so many, you know, classrooms around the world, and not just classrooms, but it's a global network. It's beyond classrooms. It's thought leaders and tech industry and parents, and so you know, Jamie, I don't know. I don't have any real specifics about exactly this business plan and this funding as it's being worked out right now, but I have an incredible team that is supporting me, and this is just the beginning. And I can tell you, even though Karan's not here anymore, he just actually said this morning that he would like to be part, not only work in parallel, but do something specific for just students, for students, by students. So it makes me think of like the Ed Camp team, the Ed Camp motto. Fran just asked me who's the team. So David Polgar and Denise Brody are our team for the DigCit Summit, and Mike Ribble and Jason Olar are the team for the DigCit Institute. And then I'm working with Good Works Houston and the Unreasonable Institute through Houston. And I know that my colleague David Polgar is working with Reset here in Hartford, as well as other organizations to really look at funding. So that's where we are right now at the very beginning stages, and to make this, you know, scalable and really have something. You know, I'm hoping by this October for our big inaugural event that we'll have a business plan in place, and that I'll have the Digital Citizenship Institute as a 501c3. So that's what the plan is right now.
Mary Alice, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Just because I love Spain and just going global places, can people get involved with you and volunteer in these places that you're going, or do you have like dates set that?
Oh yeah. Well, okay. So if you to go back to that digcitsummit.com, we are looking for. We definitely want. I mean, this is like we want to amplify voices, and so Spain, Madrid is in the working stages. They don't have a date set, but they are definitely in the planning stages. Same with Australia. Australia, I don't remember if they said it was going to be October or January, but you know, both are in the planning stages. And we are always looking for, and this is where I feel like our model is different, that we're the hub and we are able to. So if you say, hey, I want to go to, you know, Spain or Madrid, or I know, or do you know somebody in Kentucky or wherever it might be that will have those resources. So if you go onto our website and you know, sign up as, you know, as somebody that's interested and what specifically your interest is, and your location, this is where we are, and this is, you know, for that model that companies are really going to want to get involved with us, because we're going to just have connections. We're like connecting the dots on a very global platform on a topic that's needed for everybody.
And is it EdCamp style, your summit, or how does it run?
So I would
Or
say
like,
I would say more like TED style than EdCamp, but I guess we could do a combination of. It's really participatory, and so we're more interested in, you know, sparking those ideas and those solutions. So, you know, our speakers are really, you know, motivating that, and then engaging the audience to not just be there for the day, but like, what are you going to do beyond this day? Like, what's your action piece? It's going to be actionable, or it doesn't have any meaning if there's no action behind it. So we go beyond that it's just a talking point, and that this is everybody's responsibility. Like, one of my lines always is, digital citizenship needs to be a verb. This is like everybody's responsibility, and can't just talk about it, and you can't just, you know, have your students go to an assembly about it. They need to do it. They need to see what it looks like in action. And so when I think about like starting at the youngest age, like my son, you know, this positive and practical social media as a learning tool, how do we solve problems? And so his problem, what he was talking about before, is digital access because he doesn't have any at school. Like, that's a powerful thing. And if we had more elementary, young students answering those types of questions, I just think we'd be in a different, our world would be a different place.
Mm-hmm. And just my experience with Europe and everything, am I reverberating?
No, you're fine.
Okay. Just, they just seem to be in such a different spot. So I was just actually curious how you guys do that. Like, I feel like in the United States or in some of the places around here, we are so much more well connected and our devices are much more advanced. And then, do you run into any issues, or what's been your experience so far going over to Europe or other places? And
we went to to Bournemouth University.
Yes.
In the UK in January, and that was just it was really a powerful. Sarah can speak of it as well. It was really powerful. That although social media, there's no geography, isn't
irrelevant.
I mean, time zones are, but
yeah.
Geography is not. But that there is this common need everywhere, and I feel like we might all be at different points, with struggling towards this for solutions, but we're all somewhere on that spectrum, and we're committed to wanting something better.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Sarah, you have anything to add to that? Because I feel like, to me, it solidified that this is a global need. This isn't just happening, in my neighborhood, in my community, in my country. And then we had a speaker, actually the speaker that's planning DigCit Madrid, she came over and, was able to share the challenges that are happening in Spain. But we're somewhere on that spectrum working towards solutions. And the fact that we could do this collectively is really powerful, because there's just powers in numbers, and I don't know, there's that hashtag on Twitter, hashtag better together. That's really the truth.
Mm-hmm. And for someone to attend DigCit Summit, they just go online, they sign up. Is there a fee involved, or?
So that first,
or it depends on the location.
The first summit we had, we got the location because it was my campus, my college campus.
Mm-hmm.
But all of the other things that we needed to pay for, so we needed to charge $50 for registration. The UK happened to be a free event because we had a sponsor, Barclays Bank.
Mm-hmm.
Also came in and sponsored the food, and they hosted, this was pretty incredible, they hosted a digital playground, a coding playground, so that parents and, if they brought their children, they could go to the coding playground. It was fabulous. As we continue, I think it's going to be really dependent upon our business plan and the type of funding that we get. So I can't answer that specifically for each one, but we're working on those details right now. I can see somebody had asked me a question about how can I schedule one of these. You just contact myself or David Polgar, and we'll walk you through, especially if you want to do it for your school, for the DigCit Summit EDU. The EDU really is specifically for the school community, but a powerful thing to go through, because, again, we're not focusing on what to avoid. We're focusing on what to encourage. So I want to see if there's anything else. Well, I love this. Somebody had said starting a club, student club. I think that would be fantastic. Curran would be on board about that.
And okay. How young do you have? How old is Curran right now?
9.
9. Okay, so he's in 3rd grade?
He's in 3rd grade.
Okay. I have a 5th grader and a 7th grader.
Okay.
And same thing. You made some awesome points about how do we motivate other parents to get involved, and the powers with the students. When they put their heads together to create something, they do amazing things, and why not do it through social media and other many digital outlets and just harness their energy and their passion.
They have a lot to say.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't give them that opportunity to, and like he had said, he just did a TED Talk, and he said, why is everybody in high school? Why am I the only 9-year-old? Why aren't there more like elementary-aged students sharing their story? And he said, for the Next Stitch Summit, Mom, can you have a student panel, for elementary students? Because truthfully, if we wait till they're in high school, we've missed that opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to do whatever I have to do to make sure I can get him more than himself, elementary students as part of his own network. Because right now, he's really encouraged by all these amazing connected educators that support him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's fantastic, but I think he'd prefer his peer group.
Do you have a platform where kids who want to get involved can sign up to get involved with him?
Well, guess what? Just this morning, he said, can you help me start this platform, for kids? And so as part of our business plan, and I think it's great because I really want to, I feel like as a parent, as an educator, as a human being, something that we all need to be doing. So I'll do whatever I have to do as part of my business plan to involve my son, because then it's really authentic and it's meaningful, and we're not just doing it for us, we're doing it for the world.
Mm-hmm.
So stay tuned on current plans.
Let me know, because I have 2 boys and I know many other, especially just the educators that we're connected to on Twitter that have kids that love to get involved, and we can start with them and get them to grab their friends, and it can just grow.
I love it. I think it's fantastic. So
okay.
It's
let me know about that platform.
We're at the grassroots. This is less than a year of what we've been able to accomplish with no money in the bank, but a lot of passion. So like that first inaugural event, I went to people like Sarah and Mike Gribble and all of our speakers, and we would say, okay, I'm so sorry, I don't have any money, but I need you. But that's crazy. That's crazy. And but people, I think, and if Sarah wanted to speak of it, I feel like because it was so unique, it was the very first time that space and time had been carved out. It was the first conference ever specifically for digital citizenship in the world, that people, even though I didn't have any money in the bank, people wanted to be associated with this inaugural event. And so that to me is the most exciting part, is that we attract like-minded people. And now I'm hoping that we will have money in the bank so that there are ways to compensate people. But when you look at where our very humble beginnings, it started over a tweet sent from the West Coast to my colleague David Polgar. We were both in West Hartford. Never had an opportunity to meet him before. We met for coffee. He's an attorney. This is the beautiful thing too about a partnership. I don't know. I've done a lot of planning conferences before at my college, but I've always done it with educators. But my colleague is an attorney, and his specialty is, tech balance and humanizing the brand. And so just by our partnership alone, we merged different networks. We expanded our networks before the event even began. And that to me is the powerful piece about, as an entrepreneur, like building this, was the partnership with somebody outside of your comfort zone. So I think that really speaks about the success of how we've been able to build. Uh-oh, did I lose for volume?
Nope, you're good. I have a loud dog who looks like she's going to start barking again.
I'm actually hiding upstairs because of 2 loud dogs.
Trying to think of any other questions.
If anything, it's...
If anybody here would like to actually meet you face-to-face, what conferences are you going to be at over the next 3 months? Like, if they want to get more information from you.
Okay, so I'm going to be at ISTE in Denver.
Good. I'll see you there.
And I'll be presenting with Mike Ribble and Jason Oler, and they are the leadership team for the Digital Citizenship Summit. Oh, not Summit. Hold on. The Digital Citizenship PLN. And I have some big news. Okay, let me see. What tips do you have for districts to spread the DigCit message? Okay, I'll answer that one too. So they are the leadership team for the DigCit PLN, and the torch is being passed on to me, and I will be part of the leadership team for the next 2 years for the ISTE's Digital Citizenship PLN, and I see that as the most active piece and community to be part of both the summit, our institute, which is our research arm and our curriculum, and I also see this tied in with our DigCit chat. I mean, I just see like all the pieces of the puzzle, everything that I've been working collectively in a lot of things over the years, and they're all now merging together, which is fantastic. So that's what will make us the hub in the network and all things pertaining to digital citizenship for multiple, users, which will be great. I know that Jamie just asked me if any sort of messages to pass on the DigCit message for schools and parents and students. I feel like, if anything, we have to go beyond. Oh, that was Sarah that asked it. Okay, sorry, I didn't know who it came from. The only story I feel like our students are hearing are what to avoid, and I don't mean to knock bullying or cyberbullying programs, but I just was a keynote at the National Bullying Conference, and I started off my keynote that the word is toxic, and I think it is toxic. I stand by it, because when we are focusing in on individuals and not behaviors, when we want to look at like changing school culture, positive school culture, it is behaviors, not individuals, that are really going to make the difference. Mm-hmm. And so for any sort of suggestions, I guess I would say that we need to focus in on the positive, and we're all part of the solution. It's everybody's responsibility, and let's talk about what we need to encourage, not just all the things that we need to avoid. Somebody had asked me another question about chats for students, and we always encourage students to join our chat for the DigCit, but we've got so many initiatives that are going on right now that our chat hasn't been as thorough. We did do this Snapchat challenge. This was with Jen Sheffer. And, it's the end of the school year, and we did the challenge, and we were going to do a Google Hangout. So we feel like a little bit for Twitter chats that sometimes it's an echo chamber. There are so many chats that are going on. So we were looking at how do we make this more meaningful and participatory. And so we're going to be reworking our chat that will definitely be focused on students. That will have a schedule. In fact, when I go to ISTE, I need volunteers to help us out on this, that participatory part for the chat. How do we each month have a challenge, and whether it's going to be the Snapchat challenge or whatever our challenge might be, kindness challenge, it could be any sort of challenge, and then that our students and our teachers are then sharing out. They do the challenge all month long, and then by the end of the month, whether we have a Google Hangout or a Blab or we jump on Twitter, but we feel like for the DigCit, there's so many chats on Twitter that it's the same thing being said over and over, and we don't want to be part of that echo chamber. We want to be action-based. So that's the way that I see that we'll be able to, and I'm going to say that Current's going to be actively involved in that planning to see how we can get some parents to join these challenges or join the chat or the Google Hangout, so it'll be great. And Sarah, I'm going to guess that we can count in on EduMatch for this as well.
Absolutely. That EduMatch is all in.
Yeah, all in. I love that. So I guess so I'm going to ISTE. I'm hoping that I get picked for that think tank incubator program, so that I can really have that's in June as well. I'll definitely be at EdCamp Connecticut, because those are my people where I have to go That's my little Sammy Sosa for my people, my Ed Camp, Connecticut. And then, you know, really for the summer, I really try to unplug. I really try to unplug. And so I will be unplugged. Although I will be unplugged, I will be actively working towards this business plan.
Peace out.
Yeah, I love it.
Just because now you have other things going through my head too. So are the kids mostly using Snapchat when they want to do discussions? Is that their new favorite medium?
Well,
for you know, doing a discussion, is that what Curran would say? Like, no, let's not do Twitter, let's do Snapchat?
No, he wasn't. He's not on Snapchat, not yet. But the high school students, there seemed to be a lot of problems that were happening. And so we did this challenge last month with the Burlington High School Help Desk taking the lead. And it was looking at asking students, how can we use this tool in positive and practical ways? Like, how can the students teach us?
Right.
So it was like an opportunity to re-engage them. So they're already using this tool, but just because they're using it doesn't mean that they're using it, you know, in appropriate ways. And
right. So, or like, how can we use it for education?
Right. And so this was an opportunity to have this conversation be a two-way street.
Great.
And so I see our DigCit chats turning into more challenges, monthly challenges. And so at ISTE, I'll be hopefully working with the leadership team, getting some because we have an incredible community, DigCit PLN community, to help build this up for next year. So because we've been toying with different ideas, and I think the challenge is the way we're going to go. Different monthly challenge.
Okay, awesome. Well, we've only got about 8 minutes left.
Okay.
So the next presenter comes up. So if there aren't any other questions and you want to sign up, or if there's any, or sign out, excuse me, or
you know, I'll end on a really positive note.
Yes.
So this great story that a dear colleague told me, shared with me, actually shared with my son, and I've modified the story to make it about my son and about us. So the story is about a connected educator. She's really, really busy. She's so busy she doesn't have time for anything else. And so when she's home, her son wants her attention, and she's really busy. She's got to get this business plan done or whatever it might be. She takes out a magazine, and she rips out a page in the magazine, and she tears it up and says to her 9-year-old son, why don't you like puzzles? Why don't you put this puzzle together? And the idea is, from the connected educator standpoint, she needed to buy herself some time, and gosh, that was going to take a long time to put that puzzle back together again, that, you know, all the ripped up pieces. And so the page that she had ripped out of the magazine happened to be a picture of the world. And, you know, she thought, he's only 9 years old. He doesn't know what the world looks like. It's going to take him forever. And within a couple of hours, he comes back, and it's all taped together. And she's surprised, and she said, how did you know how to put this all back together again? And the 9-year-old son says, well, when I flipped over the side, I saw a picture of a man. And I knew if I fixed the man, I could fix the world. And that, to me, is like the moral of the story is, if we are working on building community and we focus on people first, that is the best thing that we can do. When you focus on the community, and if anything, I always talk about, you know, solving problems with social media. How do we look at things? And when you positively change your community, and you look out of a lens, and I want your lens to be, how do we help our students to be able to think and act at a local, global, and digital level simultaneously? That is the key. Because when you change your community, you change a global community.
Great point. Great way to end, too.
So
focus on community.
Yep, and people first.
And people first.
And relationships, and And you know, about devices, nothing is more important than the fact that I get to have I mean, it's virtual right now, but that I have eye contact with you. There really is no need. It drives me crazy where just because my device, you know, buzzes or jingles or whatever, that I should break eye contact with you. I got another. If you haven't read as a parent Janelle Burley Hoffman's book, Eye Rules.
Eye Rules.
Oh, small I, capital rules. Janelle Burley Hoffman, she was one of our speakers. She comes up with a social media contract for families. Why are we just doing this for students when this should really be something? I always ask, like I'd ask my grad students, my undergrad students, who here sleeps with a device by their bed? All these hands would go up. I'd be like, listen, go back and get the old-fashioned like alarm clock, because the last thing I want is for you to give that message. I don't want to give the message to my son that the first thing in the morning I say good morning to my device. The last thing I say good night to is my device. No way. I'm part of the human race. I say hello and good night to the human race. And so it's that whole tech balance thing. So, all right, now I'm like, I'll have to get off my little stand on that note. I ended on a positive note, then I got all riled up. But yeah, read Eye Rules by Janelle Burley Hoffman.
Burley Hoffman. I couldn't get the part. Burley Hoffman.
She's on Twitter too.
Okay. Great.
So if anybody needs anything to recap, it's DigSit Summit is our Twitter handle, as well as digsitsummit.com. That's David Polgar and myself, and Denise Brody. That's our team. And then for the DigSit Institute, that's the Twitter handle, although we haven't started tweeting yet because I want to make it official, our business plan. And then our website is in the works. That will be digsitinstitute.com, and that's Mike Ribble, Jason Oler, and myself. And
Great.
then Curran is, you know, is the bridge between it all. Oh, and the other one is go follow Timmy Sullivan. Do you follow Timmy Sullivan?
Yes, because of EdCamp Global Classrooms.
Oh,
That's when I saw him and saw you and Curran.
oh yeah, do not miss Timmy Sullivan. Timmy Sullivan, I will take Timmy Sullivan to every summit. His story is incredible, and the only way we're going to get more Timmy Sullivans in the world is if we start young and often with, you know, kids like my kid, you know, and your kid. That's the way it's going to happen.
And they're so stinking cute, too.
They really are. So
we want to listen to them.
I know. So I'd much rather listen to him than listen to myself. So, but this was a great opportunity. I can't thank you enough. I love the idea of thinking about the maker movement and entrepreneurs. I love that. You know, it goes hand in hand. And I look forward to, you know, we're not even a year into this journey, how this, we continue to make this journey and carve this out collaboratively with multiple voices. It's really exciting. Can I just say, too, that my heart's broken? Can you see that cardinal in the background?
Yes.
I'm a Boston Red Sox fan. How can I have the St. Louis Cardinals in my house? Oh.
I was trying to figure out. I'm like, what? Because I see Bruins back there, and then I saw St. Louis Cardinals.
Yes,
I'm trying to figure out.
Very eclectic.
That's good.
Wonderful having an opportunity to speak with you.
Yes. We'll have to chat on another avenue or medium some other time.
Yeah, and let's continue, because I'm all about collaborating.
Yes, I'm about global collaborating. Ooh,
so wonderful. So I think the next person is getting ready, so I will. Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
all right, terrific. Thank you so much.
Bye, Mary Alice. Thank you so much.
All right. Happy Global Maker Day. My name is Jennifer Bond, and I'm a 5th grade teacher in Walled Lake, Michigan. And I am joined by some of my students here today that are in 5th grade. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Madeline Pinsky.
You're really loud.
Hi, I'm Madeline Pinsky, and I'm a 5th grader here at Glengarry Elementary. I'm Finley Siegel. I'm Rachel Harris. I'm Jake Lozon. I'm Christina Dedzikai. I'm Josh Grossman.
All right, and I have been fortunate enough to have most of these students in 3rd grade and in 5th grade. So through the course of the last 2 years, 3 years really, I've been blessed enough to guide them on a journey of discovering their passions. And it all started years ago when I did Innovation Day, and it's a day totally dedicated to having the kids formulate their learning and create projects and present projects. And that led me to go into having Genius Hour. And this was, you were the first group of kids that I did Genius Hour, a set day every week where they would have a goal. And we actually called it Team Bond Goal Time. They created that name because they would set a goal and work towards that goal for a whole hour every Monday. And through the course of that time, many things were discovered. And today we're going to take you on a journey of our Team Bond Goal Time and how Genius Hour turned into entrepreneurial activities, and then what lessons we have learned from that. So we have a presentation that we're going to share with you. Hopefully everything works out well, and we will present. And just a little background, we are in Walled Lake, Michigan, which is a suburb of Detroit, Michigan. And like I said, many of us have been in our educational lives together for the last few years since 3rd grade, as this is my first year teaching 5th grade. So now I'm going to have a couple students talk about goal time.
Come up close, they can hear you. Okay, so goal time. Goal time was when we had an hour to do whatever we want, and we did the T-spot or the sugar scrubs, and we made them and then sold them to the students in our class. And
that's how we create our companies and stuff and sell things.
What other things did you do during goal time? Like, tell them about what you had to do at the beginning of goal time, and then what you usually worked on outside of our
at the beginning, we had to set up all of the tables or stuff for selling them, and then out of goal time at home and stuff, we would have to make the thing so we could bring it to goal time and sell them.
Okay. What other things did you see your classmates doing for goal time?
Well, sometimes they actually made a different business.
They try to make different businesses and sometimes try to join in and stuff.
Yeah. And
at the beginning of goal time, we would actually go through and ask the children what your goal was. And you see in the background, I had a spreadsheet that I would keep track of. And this way, if a student was doing Minecraft 3 weeks in a row, I would try to differentiate it. One time, I actually had a child that said, I'm going to do Minecraft, and it was his 3rd week. And I said, do you think you could create Fort Pontchartrain, which was a fort in Detroit, and create a virtual Minecraft fort so I could use that when we studied that in science or in social studies? I said, sure. So sometimes it took us to really kind of help mold their skills, as well as bringing in things. I've been fortunate enough to have tools like circuits and makey-makeys and different augmented reality things that if kids needed a little bit of assistance in selecting their goals, they could find that. Now we're going to talk about what led us into the T-Spa. Here, Jake's going to talk about all of the rainbow loom craze that happened in our class.
Yeah. So everyone. So Rainbow Loom was, you had a whole pin board kind of, and then you put rubber bands around it, mini rubber bands, and then you had this little hook to connect them, and you can make pretty much anything you wanted. I made a pencil grippy in that picture, and Josh, he made turtles, airplane. Yeah.
Now, I have a few students here, girls.
can you tell about how that led into another craft? Can you talk about your knitting and crocheting?
Yeah. So the Mrs. Bond offered to teach us how to crochet in 3rd grade. So then we did that for a couple times in 3rd grade. We also crocheted. We did like little hats or whatever for homeless shelters or something. Yeah, I think we did that for a homeless shelter. We made hats.
All right. So that rainbow loom craze actually gave birth to the T-Spa. And I have some girls that will be sharing about the T-Spa. Well, you can just talk about it.
Okay, so one day, during the goal time, Lily Castle, one of our former Glengarry students, she had an idea to create a spa. So when we created it, we went over to Maddie and Finley, and we were talking about how they would be one of our employees. And we had different activities like rubber band hand massages and rock back massages. But we didn't think that the rock back massages was a great idea, so we decided to create sugar scrubs.
And it really was the fact that, as you can see, they did start massaging backs, and I thought perhaps that wouldn't be the best thing to have, just out of just the nature of massages. So I encourage them to think about how spas sometimes had their own products, and that's where the sugar scrub. We researched some recipes for sugar scrub, and you can talk about how the sugar scrub business came to be.
So how we made sugar scrubs is we usually took coconut oil and sugar, and we usually blended those together, and that would create the basic sugar scrub. And each season / holiday, they would be different colors or different flavors. Yeah, and we used to put sprinkles in for Christmas. And they were usually sold for about $1. Yeah. So, and people seem to love them. So.
All right, now we're going to show you how to make sugar scrubs. So do you want to get the materials ready? And we are going to show you how to make the sugar scrub. All right, girls, do you have you're going to do it like this?
So for the sugar scrub, you want 2 parts sugar, 1 part coconut oil. So we'll add sugar first. Okay, we'll do oil first. And then you want to add the sugar.
So when they say 1 part oil, if you were going to do a 1/2 cup of the coconut oil or olive oil or any other type of oil, that would mean you'd put 1 cup of sugar in. So you just double that.
And you want to mix it.
Mix it up really good. What did you find is the easiest way to mix it?
With your hands.
Yeah, so you can get your hands all in there.
And it's actually good.
And it's good for your hands.
And you want to mix it till it has not so slimy coconut oil. And then the oils, they are added for scent to the to the sugar scrub. You don't have to add them, but it just makes them smell better.
So you could pick your favorite essential oils, or we even use vanilla extract and almond extract and orange extract.
Yeah. And lemon. I think we use
lemon extract, too. Yeah. So you can add a few.
About 2 to 4 drops would be like that. And you want to mix that back in. And So you want it to look like that, sort of.
Mhm.
And then, yeah.
And what would you do afterwards? Would you keep it in that bowl, or how would you present it?
What we usually do is like those little, you put them in like a little container, and then you can.
Like a condiment container works out well. We went to Gordon Foods and got little condiment containers.
Yeah.
Had some fancy labels printed up. One of our students actually helped her aunt make wedding favors, and they put them in small mason jars. And you can find really those cute little plastic spoons that they have, like for like appetizers and hors d'oeuvres, and you can tie a little ribbon with the spoon in there and put a little label, and that makes a great gift. So as far as teacher and school gifts for Mother's Day or for the holidays, this would be great. And speaking of holidays, I know they mentioned a little bit, but when you did T-Spa, you found holiday flavors. What are some of the recipes that you used for holidays? You really love.
We added sprinkles for Christmas and birthdays.
Okay.
Yeah, the sprinkles, they sort of like melted into the sugar stuff, and it works out.
The sprinkles didn't work out very well.
But you don't want to use food dye.
Some people tried to eat them, and that was one of the things that the third graders had to work on, is teaching the kids to not eat them. Although it's like all of this stuff in there is edible, so it's non-toxic. And fifth graders, you
don't want to use food dye because you might dye your hands. And you want to keep it in room temperature, so if you put it in too hot of a temperature, then it'll melt.
Yeah.
But it does melt.
So the coconut oil, the best one to get is from Kirkland because it's the least expensive. If you buy coconut oil from the regular grocery store or from Target or anywhere else, it tends to be more expensive. But it is nice because it pretty much melts when it touches your hand, so it does work out well as far as good for the recipe.
Anytime you want to use it, about a dime-sized amount on your hand, like rub it in and then go wash it.
And you could keep it in the bathtub for exfoliation. You could keep it by your kitchen sink for exfoliation, and it just works out really well. Now, through the process, many of the students were learning a lot about different ways of marketing. And the neat thing, being a teacher, I did not really have to teach it. It almost organically happened, where I was actually having the teaching the poster my wall for, I think we were doing, maybe it was for Christmas, I think it was for our holiday card exchange project. And anyways, the next day I came back and their kids like having their own flyers. So they started making their own flyers, putting them off at home, which that was really nice because it wasn't something that I had to do. And they started promoting it. And one of the, I'm going to have them talk about some of the ways they promoted it. But also, it was really neat because anytime we had a substitute teacher in the school, or I think there was even an administrative like walkthrough, that they actually tracked them down and gave them a sample of their sugar scrub, a flyer with all the cost, and it was really neat just to see them promoting their product. And then also, I was impressed because they actually, we were able to integrate the sugar scrub into our economics. And we were studying Michigan economics, and we looked at the price. We went through all of the prices and looked at how much it would cost. And when it was all said and done, for a little 2-ounce cup of the sugar scrub, it was like 47 cents. And we talked about that's not even going to cover your human resources. It's not going to cover your overhead. That was just for the raw materials. So that's when they increased their price to $1, I believe. So now we're going to go back into our presentation, and we are going to go ahead and learn about their marketing techniques. We'll see. There you go. All right, is it Gabby and Christina? Are you doing that? Or who was it? Is it Maddie? Okay, well, you guys can all join around here.
So we made a bulletin board to express how we were doing T-Spa. And we also made jingles and poster contests where we would challenge our classmates to make interesting jingles about T-Spa. We had an Edmodo small group, which served as like a website for our sugar scrubs. We made coupons for our sugar scrubs too. Yeah, and we also each member of T-Spa went home, and we went on our Google Drives, and we made in the image we made flyers, which was fun. So yeah.
They were given a bulletin board too right outside our classroom. And the neat thing is it wasn't me facilitating that learning. It was them coming to me and asking, Mrs. Bond, we would like to have an Edmodo group that we can have conversations just with us. Can we talk about that? And then they're like, we'd like to build a website, or can we have an Edmodo group just to promote our thing? So we use Edmodo as our primary digital hub. So they created a T-Spa group that we invited all of our students into, and that's how they sent out some of their promotions and integrated with the kids. They also had the bulletin board, and what we noticed is then children from other classrooms started entering their contest as well out on the playground. Next up, we're going to show how that organic entrepreneurship inspired other businesses. We have members of the C&J's Paracord Company, but in addition to a Paracord Company that you're about to hear about, there were kids that would use their Genius Hour to we had duct tape frames, we had some other jewelry businesses, and really they were inspiring other students to use their goal time to work on building businesses. In fact, the group that you're ready to hear about, one of their goal times were spent on creating a business plan. And when I asked, I said, what are you going to do this time for goal time? He said, I'm writing a business plan. Now, that's not your normal response. Usually kids want to do something and build something and create something, and actually spent the time writing a business plan. So that was a huge edu-win.
Okay. Well, when we started to make the Paracord business, one day when we were doing the Paracord business, we were talking about joining the other group, the T-Spa group, with the it was, well, wasn't it, I think it was when we were doing it, and then Gabby and Christina wanted to join ours.
So first, just talk about your Paracord, what your business was for C&J's Paracord, and
well, are you doing it? Okay.
what were your plans, or why did you do the Paracord Company?
When we saw them making their things, we kind of wanted to make something cool, and we thought that Paracord was a cool thing to make and sell. We kind of wanted to make money like they were, and go against them and start making money and stuff.
So we had natural competition.
Yeah.
And didn't the Boy Scouts had just learned how to do the Paracord, so their materials. I think it was Chris's Boy Scout troop had just done Paracord bracelets and learning about that, so they had gotten the skills, and then Chris taught you guys how to do it, right? So we had a competing business, and you probably worked on that for 2 weeks, maybe before there were other issues. Yeah. And speaking of those issues, there was a little bit of conflict. So we're going to have 2 students talk about some of the conflict that also came from entrepreneurship in Genius Hour.
Okay, so when the Paracord Company started talking to the T-Spa company, Christina and I, two of the employees of T-Spa, saw that the Paracord Company sounded cool also. So we decided that we kind of wanted to join the Paracord Company. Yes, and Lily, one of the bosses of T-Spa, did not want us to, so she got upset, which caused friend conflicts. But then Mrs. Bond solved the problem by us staying in for lunch and discussing it, so we decided to merge them together to create spa cord, because T-Spa and paracord, T-Spa cord. And so everyone's feelings would be solved and everyone got what they wanted.
And the neat thing was we got into conversations about sometimes when you go into business with friends, things do go wrong sometimes. This is real life situations when feelings do get hurt, and it does sometimes impact your friendship. So we did have a business luncheon where both the T-Spa and the C&J's Paracord came and ate lunch, and we discussed it. And in the back of my head, I really did think, okay, let's just merge. They can all work together. But I couldn't come to that decision. They had to come to it. So I just I didn't really solve your problem. I just gave you a platform to solve your problem. And fortunately, you came up with what I would have probably suggested anyway. And it was really neat because even I remember the boys like super excited to make the sugar scrub, and they really enjoyed making the sugar scrub. So they cross-trained each other in paracord training and in sugar scrub. And the neat thing is, with making the money, I didn't want to deal with having to go through the Board of Education policies of how kids raise money in schools. So we know that if we could raise for a charity, that would eliminate any of that from being done. So we went ahead and applied to be in Maker Faire Detroit. And in order to sell your product at Maker Faire Detroit, you had to make sure it was for a charity. So the next few things are going to be about Maker Faire Detroit and their experiences with that. Who's presenting that one?
Okay, so the Maker Faire was in Detroit, and where a lot of people went to present their whatever they made, and we went there to do our sugar scrubs. And
talk about how you had to prep for that.
We had to, we made, as you can see in the picture, little cups of coconut oil so that the people could take the coconut oil and put it into their cups. So we had to buy the coconut oil first of all, and then.
What about the day we came into school in July? What did we do?
We got everything together, and we're making the sugar scrubs for it. And
so we had to learn about pre-production, right?
And we also didn't have like a real recipe, so we had to kind of come up with a recipe so that we knew how much to put in each cup. We just kind of did it by eye before that.
And then we got all of the supplies ready, and we had 2 days of making, and it was hot temperatures, which caused the coconut oil to be very liquefied, which made it interesting because we, in the classroom, had never worked with coconut oil that was liquefied. It usually was solid. So talk about Maker Faire and what you liked best about it.
We liked how we got to showcase our what we've been making and working hard on all year.
And
what did you like best about it?
Well, showcasing the stuff and looking around at the other stuff too, like all the cool designs.
If you have never been to a Maker Faire, you definitely have to do it. We were fortunate enough to have the founder of the Maker Faire movement and CEO of Make Magazine, Dale Doherty. He actually came to our booth, and he made sugar scrub and was just a huge supporter of, all things maker, but I'm really excited to see the kid makers. And we were in a tent of kid makers. And it was really neat because I saw the students really get better and better as the day went on in promoting their product, having those conversations, really building the conversational skills with people and getting out of their comfort zones. So I would say, especially a few of them, these aren't the most outgoing students, right? Like just being your teacher, you're not the ones to raise your hand right away and be eager to share and jump right in. So what I found is this was a great life skill opportunity for them to learn how to communicate, how to get out there and take some risks. And just even me saying this, I'm looking at their faces, and if you could see them, there a little bit of blushing is going on. So it was just a wonderful, wonderful experience. And now we'll hear about the impact that they made even further. Just doing Hope's Closet. So when we had to pick a charity, there were a few different charities that kids were thinking about. I think animals were one, and already in the middle of the year, Gabby and Christina they were our student council representatives and had done a coin drive to buy hats and gloves, because that was the winter of like 30 degrees below zero, and they did a whole, we went and bought hats and gloves and scarves, and we sent them to Cass Community Services in Detroit. But for this one, they said they wanted to help
the foster kids.
Foster kids. And at my church in Brighton, we have a Hope's Closet, which essentially is just one big room full of clothes and shoes and materials for any foster family to come and get materials in. Often with foster kids, they don't get to bring all of their things with them, so there's a place that can help solve that problem, and that's Hope's Closet. And every Christmas, they have the adopt a foster child. So we used all of the money raised at Maker Faire Detroit, as well as the money in the classroom, which came to a total of $120 to buy gifts for a foster child.
So that.
And why did you pick foster children that you wanted to help?
Well, they don't really have a lot of things, so we wanted to help them so they can get more stuff.
No.
And they also are as acknowledged as most kids, so they might not have as much.
Yeah, they need an extra. You don't want to read what you wrote?
Because I don't know.
All right. So it was wonderful to be able to impact positively. And as a teacher, I really do try to give children that community service learning and try to teach them how much of a difference they can make in the lives of others. And I think that's something important that all of us in education have to do. And it's just really neat that we were able to combine a really neat project that stemmed from Genius Hour into the Maker Movement, giving them the experience of Maker Faire Detroit, and then also in turn impacting, a life of a foster child. So that was the summer between their 3rd and 4th grade year, and now I've been fortunate enough to have them as 5th graders, and I actually, none of these kids, I do not have them in my homeroom, but I do have the honor to have them in social studies. So we've been having a lot of fun with the Maker Movement integrating into American history and social studies. So this year, I took a group to our McCall, which is the Michigan Educational Technology group, and I took them to the McCall Makerspace in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So we have a couple students that are going to be talking about that.
We decided it was time to bring back the sugar scrubs and the making. So Ms. Bond invited us, Rachel and I, 2 other girls, and Maddie is over there, to go to McCall. and so we brought our sugar scrubs and the paper roller coasters. There, when we weren't selling our sugar scrubs and other things were going on at our booth, I guess you could say, me, Maddie, Finley, and our other friend Julia, we were all like hanging out, looking around. There was this one station you could make a little cardboard car. Me, Finley, and Maddie, our car would not go down the complete track. So we were so devastated. We gave up for that time. We made sugar scrub. We came back and it finally went down the track. We also did we did the Inventors Challenge, and we wanted to make a better desk where you could have like a divider in there so that your books weren't all scattered around. So we took a cardboard box and put a piece of cardboard in the middle. So that didn't go as planned, but everything else went okay. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
Now, Rachel, you weren't part of the Team Bond in third grade. So what did you learn from this experience?
I learned lots about entrepreneurship. I can't say that, but I learned a lot about that and how to like get people, like persuade people to buy your product.
All right.
Yeah.
What else?
Do you have anything to say, Maddie, about it? They had lots of cool stuff.
They did have a lot of cool things. Yeah. All right. Now, hold on. We are going to go ahead and, speaking of Rachel and learning about entrepreneurship, we're going to switch back and showcase some of the entrepreneurial things that they were able to discover this year and talk about a special thing that they're doing after school.
So, we came up with the idea, since we switched classes, to create a water bottle holder with like room to put your pencils and stuff. Pencil pockets. I have a highlighter in here. And this side has like, I don't know if you probably can't see it, but there are dividers right here, so you can put your pencil in here. And on the back, it's more of a bigger pocket, which I like to put other things in there. Right now, I have an eraser in there. And Miss Bond persuaded us to do farmers markets and stuff like these, and we have. We're planning to do. And we started, and we have other things that created. We have one. It's like a little basket that can stand up, and the inside of it's like plastic, sort of.
Where do you get these materials?
We go to a sewing class by Linda Hare. Son's funeral home. It's like right across the patch and that area. It's like in there. Yeah. Somewhere. It's right there. We've created we both made one of these. That's hers. Yeah. But it's a reversible. But it's reversible. So you can.
Wow. Now, what's the most challenging thing about doing these?
Sewing a straight line. Sewing a straight line, yes. Coming up with this is like, you have the plan in your head, and then you try to do it, and it doesn't work. So you have to keep coming up with brand new ideas. Like, we wanted to make a donut that you could, like, sleep in. Like a seat pillow for, for your neck, and if you want to go on an airplane, but in circular shape. Yeah. So we had this plan to make it, and I turned it inside, and it was just like half of it, and the rest of the fabric that was supposed to be the other half fell apart or something. So the hardest part is bringing your plant to life. Yeah. We both made scarves. I took this old dress, my sister's old dress, and this used to go around your waist, and you would tie this part around your waist. So I sewed the bottom, and I cut off the top to make a bag. Pillowcases. And for my sister, she loves My Little Pony, so I made her a My Little Pony drawstring bag. And And for a teacher gift, we made lanyards, which we haven't made yet. I know when I sew, it's very irritating to take pins out of the fabric to hold where they hold them in place. So I made a finger pin cushion. Favorite.
It's your favorite?
It's probably my favorite. It's so little, easy, and very useful.
And is that a pop bottle cap?
Yeah, it's a pop bottle cap.
Bottle.
And
So-
she put this string on it. We hand sewed fabric. We stuffed stuffing in it, and we hot glued it on. And then we decided we also made these bags, and I made a travel pillow. So since we have time, I guess we'll show you how we made sewed. Miss Bonla's borrowed this thingy. It's a handy stitch sewing machine. It's very helpful. Yeah. Got it? What? Oh, Fred, you can do this.
Now, the neat thing with that, well, first of all, I also lucked out for my 40th birthday this year. Rachel made me this bag, so I have this bag now that I can use for all of my teacher stuff. But one of the neat things is just being a teacher that loves making and just anything, I have found so many great things at Salvation Army. And this particular one, $1.99. The handheld sewing machine, and it sat there just there, and I don't know, you must have said, "What's that, Mrs. Bond?" Or
I've been every time I come in this classroom, I look at it, just thinking like, I want to use this so bad right now. So, and then we got the opportunity.
And all I said, I'm like, I have no clue. I hadn't had time to figure out. I had no clue how it worked, but I just said, here. Go ahead, try to figure this out. And the next day they came in before school, and they had already, and I don't know if this was the particular, they're like, we sewed on the way to school on the bus.
Yeah.
It just needed new batteries, and so it was really neat to have them problem solve. And I think that's also something that I have learned about making with kids is, not with every single child, but with many of the children, you just give them the time, the opportunity, and some of the tools, and you can see them really just take over and bring something, to fruition. Now, some of the things that I have had kids do, like this is some of the projects from last year. As long as Pinterest is a wonderful thing, but like they have little pine cone animals, which I don't know, you can't see. There's like a little bird in there. Just even little popsicle stick decoration magnets. Last year, kids liked making pom-poms just out of a lot of yarn. I always have lots of yarn. When we did our crocheting, it was really neat because we taught them how to crochet, which was a difficult thing, but then kids started having even like crocheting play dates. And then as I learned that a lot of kids were liking their crochet, we did like little looms, and this was just one of those looms. Then you could like make little pot holders or little doll Barbie hats, little ornaments, and that was fun. And then even it went through, once you showed them this, then I think it was Gabby, you made one out of pencils, and there was a little cardboard tube, like a paper towel tube, and she made her own. And then kids got into finger knitting, so it's just like giving children that little spark of an idea, and they really take over. Do you want to show how that works? You might want to get close.
So this is just right now a plain little scrap. You have to like sew for 10 seconds, then you have to like wait for 5.
Probably because the battery. Maybe that has something to do with the battery.
And on the back, it's like a whole different print. I doubt you can see it, but this side's straight, I guess, and that's a little different. So that's just so. And then if you were to sew like a bookmark or something, you'd sew straight down these two edges and you'd leave one part open. And you'd have the two pretty sides next to each other. And you'd flip it around, but these two would be sewed. And then you'd just sew this close. Now, if you have a little bookmark or try it, whatever, sure. Try it. Okay. Does anyone want to try using the sewing machine? No, you're not. I haven't poked myself yet. You do. No, you can't. You just have to push the button. You want to push the button? Do you want to push the button, Maddie? Yeah, push the button. You're not going to lose your finger. Your finger's not even near the needle. Okay. See? Your finger's nowhere near the needle. It came out. Okay, never mind. Yes.
Now, speaking of sewing, though, Gabby and Christina, do you want to share what you did with American Girl dolls and how you used your making?
Okay, so when third grade, we decided to make American Girl doll clothes, but we didn't. Did we sew? No, yeah, we hand stitched them though. We didn't use like a machine like they did. We took a needle with thread and stitched the clothes for the American Girl dolls, and we also had a fashion show, right? Yep. Yep, and they had different like styles of clothing. They'd have like a princess dress, then they'd have like a school wear, and then casual shirts, bathing suits.
Now, this was spawned from earlier in that year. They did the Global Cardboard Challenge from the Imagination Foundation, which if you have not done the Global Cardboard Challenge, definitely it is an awesome, awesome thing.
Yeah, we had this chart in 4th grade, and if they were like hands, and if we got up to, I think it was like 40 hands, we got to have like a party, and Lily Castle, Spa boss, she was in our class, and she came up with a cardboard challenge, so me and Finley hooked up as a team, but we forgot tape. It didn't end well because our class. And then my mom threw our very good creation out because it was taking up too much room.
Yeah.
But it was fun.
Now, speaking of taking up a lot of room, these girls, like, they did a American Girl doll house.
Taking up a lot of room.
Yeah, it took up a lot of room, but you Velcroed the sections together so that you could take the house apart.
Yeah.
And each have different rooms.
Painted it.
What did you learn about making your own American Girl doll accessories?
It's difficult. Yeah, it takes time, but it turns out it's kind of cool because, like, real life objects, you make them smaller since they're for dolls, so it's fun because it's like neat because you have like your own mini like gadget, like your only pair of scissors.
How much would that house have cost you if you bought it from American Girl Doll?
A lot. Their stuff is so expensive. That'd be like $500, and that was only like $20.
Does it change the way you play with it?
Yeah. Yes.
Like if you had the one from the store or the one you handmade, you play differently with store-bought things?
Yeah, because she has like a one from the store. No, my dad made out of wood. Yeah.
Oh, so still the making. So you've learned you can save money by making it your own, right?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So this is the final thoughts because we have about 10 more minutes. And if you have any questions for us, feel free to place them in the Q&A. And then as far as any of the other things on entrepreneurship, I'm going to have the kids talk about what they have learned about running their own businesses. Like, what have they learned and what skills are going to help you later on? Do you want to just take time? Sure. You could go like right up like one by one.
Yeah, you go first. Okay. So the skills I learned from T-Spot and like building everything in Gold Time is it's difficult, so you have to have patience.
Somebody.
I learned that you have to not really think about what you want or like what you think's best. You gotta think about what your customers or whatever whoever is going to be using what you make, what they would like, and make it fit their needs. I learned that you have to have a lot of teamwork and stuff, and that like basically what she said, you can't just make like what you think like looks good. You have to make like what you think your customers will think look good and stuff. So. Well, I think when you make stuff, you have to think outside of the box, and I think it has to be unique. I think you have to have organization skills, because if you don't, then your business will lack organization and it'll just all fall apart.
I think you need like lots of teamwork and hard work, like what Finley said too. Like it's not just your idea. You need to think what. Like,
you had to give up some recess time too.
Yeah.
Sometimes that wasn't so much fun, was it? But you did it for the good of the order.
Let's see, what else, like Finley said, and I like how it was unique, nobody really else did it, and yeah. Oh, you still have to be honest, like if you don't like something, you can't be like, oh, that's so cool, but you gotta like tell your team what you think.
So, and that was all, like, I did not have scripts for them, but as you can see, the children really, when you give them these opportunities, start learning about real life and those soft skills that are essential that many companies say are lacking in their employees are being developed, and I can only hope that this foundation that they're building by doing these simple little things can be little lessons that will impact their future as an employee, and it's just a wonderful thing. So if you have any bit of extra time, or especially at the end of the year, give children opportunities to do that. All right, so now we're going to go to some of the questions, and it says that Sugar Scrubs Pyramid. So this absolutely amazing experience should be shared with all students and doing it with your daughters. You're encouraging some people to start their own businesses. They said, what are some of the basic tools or items to start a club? Now, when you would say start a club, would that mean like to actually start this in the classroom? What kinds of things? You don't even want to see my classroom right now. Okay, if you really want to see, like, this is embarrassing, but if you see back there, there's just a wall full of stuff and bins. It sometimes can get pretty crazy, but you would have yarn. We had yarn. There's this great, look, I got this from Costco, or not Costco, Kohl's actually, and these are, I'm sure there's a lot of books, like here, 101 Kids Activities, and they have just a bunch of things. So if you have, like, crafty books, that can be inspirational for kids. There's also, you know, subscribe to Make Magazine. They have a lot of cool projects on there. Of course, Pinterest. Drawing books, often kids love to just draw, and you know, things like YouTube videos that teach that.
Yeah, for the Sugar Scrub to start it, we needed coconut oil, sugar.
Yeah, well, of course, when you have specific, so as a teacher, you do have to like have some things in your arsenal, but of course, you have parents that can bring things in. The best way to get kids. How are you going to take these skills and advocate for this type of learning in future? Like, how could you take the skills that you've learned to advocate for other students in other classrooms?
Maybe some students were trying to, like, do a fundraiser or something, and they were kind of struggling to help them.
All right. So you can go ahead and you can perhaps, if it's not something in a classroom that you're doing, if you don't have a teacher that's willing to be open, perhaps you can use it in after-school club and fundraising. Like the girls were saying, as far as their extra reward, they were able to go ahead and use the Global Cardboard Challenge, even though it wasn't done in the fall when the rest of the classrooms were doing it in communities. They were able to do it as a reward. And they were able to, they came and borrowed my Make-A-Do saws and different things. Fortunately, I have a lot of materials because the Imagination Foundation has imagination chapters, and you can apply to be a chapter leader and have it in your classroom and or in school or community. There's a lot of different models for it around the globe, and you often get a lot of neat things sent to you. So I've been blessed to be able to have a chapter in Brighton, Michigan, as well as be able to bring some of these things into my classroom here in Walled Lake, Michigan. There's other questions I do not see. Yes. All right, and then as far as just the maker movement, it is really neat to be able to integrate this as much as you can into the curriculum. And just this year, as going into 5th grade, it's a brand new world to me as far as teaching 5th grade social studies, but I've been able to integrate this into the curriculum as much as I can, because there's a lot of stuff they have to learn with American history, and making it engaging with maker spaces and with different things has been a really great opportunity for the students. So with that, if there's any other questions, we can probably, I see other people starting to come in, call it the end if that's, I'm not sure if that's okay, but if not, I can, I don't know if the moderator's there. Or not. Or we can just keep talking about making. No. Some of the materials, like here's this, I did have some of these things around. There's like books on paracord making. I mean, a lot of times you can get these at Barnes & Noble usually has a great like activity kit kind of thing.
Book fairs at our schools, they have like those kind of books and other things like that.
Yeah. And I think you saw when they were sharing some of their sewing things, the use of upcycling. We've done for Earth Day upcycling days where they actually had to make a product. There's, for my end of the year gifts, being a teacher that encourages the making, this was like an end of the year gift, like an old water bottle with little water bottle flowers on pencils, and this has been sitting up in my classroom. I really do appreciate those handmade things because of, I don't know, just the time. I think having kids actually spend the time to make their kids or their teachers gifts, I think it's a great skill. And I know personally, like when I went to college, I didn't have any money to buy gifts, so tapping into my creativity was a great way to give gifts. So that's, you're getting skills later on, so when you are a broke college student, you can, yeah, but you're sewing, but even, you know, you probably won't even be a broke college student because you'll be selling your things online and have a business. You'll be like financing other people and giving out loans, right?
But then I'm going to spend all the money on things I want but don't really need.
Yeah, well, you should probably spend, share, save.
She didn't take time about learning.
But it is a neat thing, like her mom, I was talking with yesterday, and I said, I'm sorry that I'm encouraging your daughter with all these entrepreneurial things. I hope you don't hate me. And she actually said, no, she said, my sister and I used to go to Corvette shows because their family had a Corvette accessory company where your grandmother sewed the steering wheel, leather, and they actually would start their own business there. And she said, I was just feeling sad that my own kids aren't going to have that opportunity. And then comes along Mrs. Bond going, oh yeah, should we have to go to farmers markets and let's take orders for the 4th graders that are coming up. You can make them all summer. So really just being that cheerleader for creativity, entrepreneurship, and just seeing the gifts within each child. Just like Angela Myers says, you know, you have a gift to share with the world, or and that's definitely what I aim for in finding my students and their gifts, and celebrating them. So hopefully they take those gifts and impact the world. So thank you so much for attending, and we will go ahead and be able to share our presentation of once we end. I'll put it in the Q&A, so just in case you want some of those things. And you can always reach out at Team Bond on Twitter, and I also have a blog called theedtechcheerleader.com, and feel free to reach out anytime you need. So thank you so much for having us for Global Maker Day.
Bye.
Is better too. Okay, super. All right, so as you can see behind me, this is our mobile makerspace. We have taken an old school bus and we've turned it into a mobile makerspace. My background, I'm not sure what anyone has heard. Okay, so I was just talking and nobody was hearing. Okay, so my background is as a Reggio Emilia artillerista in early childhood education. That's a project art-based program where children learn, very young children learn through creating projects. We are, my family is, we homeschool, and so our family mostly does project-based activities in our homeschool. In fact, this is some of them now. Say hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello. Hi. They help us to develop classes. They help us to test our classes. Recently, our kids have helped to develop a summer camp program. It's called Minecraft Inside and Out. We all sat down as a big group of homeschoolers, and the kids designed the class. They'll be helping to run the camp this summer. They're creating all the content for the camp. They created all of the ideas. They're testing out the things that we'll be using in the camp to see if it's applicable and if it's usable. And in a little while, maybe they can take a turn and talk about their experience doing that. They've all helped with classes that we've done. My oldest is a counselor in training with the Lego robotics program that we do. Some of our younger ones have helped with our Scratch classes, and any events that we do, they help to showcase all of the things that we do. So they're getting sort of a first-hand experience in entrepreneurship. I don't think I could have designed a program that would teach that any better than what they're experiencing now with our business. So our story. We started basically with a homeschool group that wanted to get into making and hacking and tinkering. We got together, and it was just a bunch of parents and kids. There were several of us that felt fairly skilled. My husband and I have been makers our whole lives. And so we led the classes. It started with about 3 parents who would trade off, and then it dwindled down to 2 parents who would trade off teaching, and then it sort of landed on me. And I was working to create lesson plans and things for the classes. We would meet once a week, and it was taking my whole week to prepare classes that to give a 2-hour class. And so I decided that, as a group, we needed to find a community that would support us. And so we found, at the time, it was called Hacker Scouts. It's now called Curiosity Hacked, and so that's a national group that we sort of paired up with, and they have wonderful badges that you can do, and the kids, like, for instance, they have a soldering badge that once they're finished with the soldering badge, they're proficient enough in soldering to teach someone else how to solder. And so as we were having our Curiosity Hacked Guild meetings, we realized that there was sort of this empty space where we would have kids that would come in and we'd say, okay, what project would you like to do? And they would sort of look at us like, I don't know, with sort of a staring off blankly, and they had no idea. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we would have kiddos that would come in and say, I want to build a full-size hovercraft. And you know, they didn't really have the skills and the background knowledge to know that that wasn't a project that was in their tool set. And so we started Whiz Bangs to sort of help with the in-between, to help kids gain some skills so that when they came into this very open sort of maker philosophy that Curiosity Hacked is, that they would have some sort of skills that would help them to be able to sort of know what kind of projects that they were capable of doing, and so that they would have more of a specific ability to create things that they could either learn to do easily or accomplish in the setting of a classroom. We eventually started doing classes with the local museums, local homeschool resource centers. We now teach classes with the local community college outreach. And we started with just very little tools. We actually started with a set of 5 soldering irons and a handful of glue guns and wire cutters, and I think we're pulling out some of those now. So we so this is the first soldering irons that we bought. I think they're around the $20 range. To help kids solder, we've made simple boards. This is just a piece of wood with clothespins hot glued on. These are little wooden arts and craft pieces that you can get at any craft store. We just glued them on, and it helps the kids. They clip their wires right in here, and they're able to solder. We teach kids to use real tools on our bus. If you look in the background, you can see our toolboxes. It's full of all kinds of different, real tools: screwdrivers, hammers, wire cutters, wire clippers. Like I said, soldering irons. We have drill presses that we use. Any tools that the kids use, they're real. We have to, wipe up the metal bits off the floor and, before each class, just like a real makerspace would. Let's see, where are we? Oh, okay. So because we started so small, before we started with our bus, we used to carry everything that we had in Tupperware bins in our car to each class. And we really we started with just bare minimum. Most of our projects were dollar store hacks that we would take a dollar store toothbrush and pull it apart for its motors, tea lights for the LEDs. We would pull apart fans for their buttons and motors. And we did a lot of the sort of beginning tinkering projects, drawbots, and just simple LED lit up items, Halloween decorations, that sort of thing. Some of the things that you can cheaply use when you start out a makerspace, like we said, dollar store components. You can get things at the dollar store, or here's a great little project that's just blocks of wood that we got at a craft store, a battery pack, I think that's actually a real battery pack that you would buy at like Adafruit or any Jameco, any kind of electronics online store. These are fan batteries that we hacked from dollar store fans, and I believe these are they look like, oh, they're Pinewood Derby wheels, and they have a little foam glued on top of them. This is for launching paper airplanes. So we would have a paper airplane physics class where they would design different paper airplanes. They would build their airplane launcher and launch them off. It's a really simple project that just, you know, it's a tiny bit of soldering and hot gluing, and the kids can make that pretty easily and pretty cheaply. Other ways to sort of add things to your makerspace. So I said the dollar store, your recycling bin. I mean, we use cardboard constantly. Another thing that is not very expensive are popsicle sticks. We use popsicle sticks in almost, you know, every project that we use or that we create. All of our battle bots, you know, any kind of sort of physical, we do catapults, all with popsicle sticks and hot glue. Hot glue, your hot glue gun is like your cheapest, most effective tool for starting out small with a makerspace. Once people know that you that you have a makerspace, they will start donating to you old electronics that they have that they don't need anymore. We use those for teardown stations. We've had people give us things like Roombas, old computers, lots of mice, and those are things that will help kids to sort of get over the black box mentality, where we know what this electronic device, this computer, this phone, we know how to use it, but we don't really know why it works. And so having a teardown station is a wonderful way of helping kids to get over that sort of black box mentality where this is a consumer item and not a maker item. Let's see what else. There's lots of places, if you want to get even deeper into the making, where you can find Arduino clones. Arduinos are microprocessors, and they are kind of expensive. And so, you know, we started out with only a handful of microprocessors. Kids would share, take turns on the few that we had, and then as we got bigger, we taught more classes. We put into each class, we're having some technical difficulty. We would put, you know, a little bit of money into our next tool or into our next microprocessor, the Makey-Makeys that we bought. So we just grew little by little. Each class, we would add another tool or another device that we would need. Eventually, we were able to have several computers. We run the makerspace with about 6 laptop computers. We're able to do all of the coding, all of the microprocessor activities that we have. We can have up to 12 kids in the bus. It's a little crowded when we have that many, but we also are able to, we have, I don't know if you can see in the back, but we have 2 tents that we can put up outside. We have tables. They all stay on the bus, and we're able to do events like library events. We just did our local library is opening up their makerspace, and so in order to celebrate that, we brought the bus and set up, and so we did things outside to kind of pique the people on the street's interest and to get them inside the library to do more in-depth maker projects. How are we doing on time? Oh, we've got lots of time. So would you like to, can we open up the question? How do we open up the questions? I don't, hello. Oh, what happened there?
Click back on that.
Okay. I don't know if we can open up questions. I thought maybe we could have the boys come over and talk a little bit about how they planned their summer camp, and then maybe do a tour of the bus. All right, guys, you want to come over? JT, you want to talk?
Well, hello. Well, we started with basically our Minecraft have just basically the fun stuff that the people could do in between all the projects that they were doing, like scanning heads in Minecraft, scanning heads and putting them into Minecraft. And then you also, basically, you create anything in this program called Tinkercad, and put it into a program, and put it into Minecraft. So you can make giant, awesome builds without even really trying. And what we did in between all these hard-working classes is fun little games we did. We did, like, paintball, all inside of Minecraft, like, stuff like that. I believe we're also doing a arena thing. So I am going to let someone else talk to.
Yeah, like what he said, and we also are doing tutorials, and how to play Minecraft, and all the rules, and all how to become better at playing Minecraft for the beginners, and for the people who are more advanced. We have the more advanced stuff, like how to work a lot more complicated Minecraft stuff. And
what is your role in creating the class and running the class?
Well, our role, me and my brother's roles, are basically to design the class and to build all the worlds that we're doing these classes and these activities in, and here to also guide all of the people who are doing the class through what we are doing, and basically teach them and be assistants to.
What kind of skills have you had to learn, or programs or things have you had to learn in order to run this camp?
Well, I had to learn how to use Tinkercad pretty well, and had to learn how to use the Kinect. If any of you know what a Kinect is it's a 3D, basically it's an extension to this console called the Xbox 360. And with that, you use it, and it scans everyone in the room and basically puts them inside whatever game you're playing, and lets you move around and use your body. And
how do you use it for the camp?
Well, it didn't work very well. We got the earliest version, and we didn't really like it, so we converted it into a 3D scanner. So we use it to scan people's heads. They will sit down in a rolling or a spinning chair, and the Kinect will take millions and billions of pictures of the person, basically. And it will, and we'll spin them around and basically get a 3D model of their head. And then we put that into Tinkercad, which is the 3D modeling system. And in that, we will put it into, we'll basically download it into a file that Minecraft can sustain and read, and it will build it out of blocks. It will be really quite giant, because like mountainous size in Minecraft, because blocks are rather large compared to the pixels which it's converting to. So it'll be a block per pixel.
So what are we going to do with their heads?
And so we're going to take all of the heads that we scanned and make them into a Mount Rushmore type thing, and make it into whatever mountain the kids call it in the class, and yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Ben? Say hi.
Hello, my name is Ben.
How have you helped with creating this camp?
Well, I haven't really been that into doing this, but I've been helping any way I can, like helping presenting stuff, or going to, like, I was there at the, library, and at,
So what'd you do at the library event?
I pretty much helped, show people how things worked, like the lightsabers, or the, glow in the dark, or the, laser tag guns, or how to build a rocket. And I've been helping any way I can with this, because it's very important to us as a family, and I couldn't ask to do more, because I really think I'm helping, and helping my family is the best thing I can do.
Good job. Okay.
Are you ready to go up, or?
Let's see. I think we're past here. Oh, so we've slowly accumulated tools. If you can see in the background, you may not be able to see it. We have several 3D printers. We're about to get our laser cutter. We have, just like I said, slowly built up the tools that we have for the makerspace. And that's something that's easy to do if you think about it. You know, I think a lot of times people think that they'll look at our makerspace and be a little bit overwhelmed with all the things that we have inside. But because we started so small, we're able to help people to see that, you know, really it's doable. If you have, you know, a couple of glue guns and some recycled material and some craft supplies, you really can set up a makerspace. If you have access to computers, that is wonderful. There's so many free apps out there that are great for teaching things like coding and making. We accumulated our tools. Some of them came from Kickstarter. We did the Circuit Scribe. It's a pen that is conductive, writes with conductive ink, so you can do like paper circuits. We've done robot Kickstarters. Let's see. In fact, most of our robots from Kickstarters. This is a GoPiGo robot that runs off of the Raspberry Pi. This one is MBOT. This is about a $70 computer. a robot, if you look at it in comparison to, say, the Lego Mindstorms, which is like a $300 robot, it's quite affordable. This one is a little touch push button robot. You can program it by pushing buttons. This is a great starter robot for classrooms. I believe it's somewhere in the range of $20 per robot. And so you can get a couple of these for fairly inexpensively. And they're great for teaching beginning programming. There are things like Google Maker Camp. We've been a live camp for the past, we're going on 3 years now. They send you great resources if you do a live camp. Most of our Make books come from hosting Google Maker Camp. All of the content, lesson plans, everything they provide for you, some great videos, tutorials showing how to do projects. It's a fabulous way to sort of start off a makerspace, because a lot of the sort of things that you would need, they give you materials lists, they give you instructions on how to do the projects. It's a project every day for like 6 weeks. It's phenomenal. But all of the content, obviously not the supplies, but many of the supplies and all of the content are free, and they send it to you in a lovely package. They even send you the promotional stuff for it, and it's free. And so that's a way to help sort of get a few items to help your makerspace.
It's just Maker Camp.
Oh, it's right. It's not Google Maker Camp now. It's just Maker Camp. They've branched out on their own. Let's see. Keeping an eye out for bargains. When we bought our bus, we've been looking for about 6 months, and we're able to find our bus. It cost us about $5,000 for our bus, which is a pretty good deal considering most used buses run in the range of $7,000 to $10,000. But we had to look for about 6 months. So you have to be sort of willing to put off having everything right now. We did all the work ourselves. Let's see. Oh, so our youngest is 8, and that's around the age that we sort of start doing some of the more, I don't know how you want to say it, technical tools, the soldering and the hot gluing. We do have programs for preschool-aged kiddos. Usually those don't require any sort of serious tools. Let's see. But our 8-year-old has start to finish taken a project from Tinkercad and taken it into our 3D printer and printed something from start to finish completely on his own. So there's skills that very young kids can do. Don't be afraid to introduce some of this stuff to younger kiddos.
You can introduce 3D printing at that age. With
Absolutely.
I mean, with Tinkercad.
Yeah, Tinkercad is a fabulous program. I think it's been mentioned a bunch of times. They have wonderful tutorials. It's a free browser-based program that you can use to very easily get started with 3D modeling. You don't actually even have to have 3D printers to use Tinkercad. You can build something in Tinkercad and like we said, put it into Minecraft where they can utilize those 3D models. You can order the 3D prints. There's a handful of places like Shapeways, I believe, is one of them, that will print your prints for you and send them to you, for a nominal fee. Yeah, so, okay, so my husband's making serious pointing motions at, put it back. A really important thing to do is find local resources and like-minded people who are doing similar things in your community and work together. Many of our camps are collaborations between either the local community college or, like we said, the homeschool resource centers, museums, libraries. We happen to be really lucky, and we have a local hackerspace. They hosted our Curiosity Guild for about a year until we were able to sort of branch out on our own. And they're really excited to come in and help. Let's see, what else do we need to talk about? Okay, so there's a lot of pluses and minuses to being mobile. Obviously, going through to the location, parents and schools and libraries are really excited that you can bring it to them. Once they get on and see how easy it is to do some of these things, it's really encouraging for them, and we get a lot of teachers who want to start this in their classrooms. Let's see, what else? Can we open up for some questions? Or actually, let's do a walkthrough of the bus.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Show them some projects,
Can I
lightsaber project.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to show you our most recent big project, and I'm going to turn it over to my husband, and he's going to sort of walk you through our lightsaber project. Kind of show him the bus as you.
Oh, okay. So here's let's see. We're
where we were sitting.
Okay, so we've got some bolted down seats that stay with the bus, and this gives us room to work
This
and
is our
to
collaboration
collaborate.
station.
And then where the kids are working, we can set up, basically we can either have the area open or we can put up fold-up tables. So we found that just your cheap fold-up table is really useful. You can set them up inside or outside. So just they
had
make sure.
a dry erase board that was donated to the makerspace.
Yeah.
And so we do a lot of design work here.
Yeah. You can draw on it, or you can set up a robot to draw on it for you. We've got Dremel drill press. That's a cheap, easy way to get a drill press. We do have larger drill presses, but the kids are less intimidated by the Dremel drill press. It's lighter, more mobile, and that's the one that stays on the bus. We have our favorite printer, the PrinterBot Simple Metal. That's my recommendation for most makerspaces getting started. It's really price bang for the buck. I found it's the best printer, and we've been doing printing classes with kids for quite a while now. We've used this. We've used the more expensive, fancier Ultimaker 2. We've used Taz 4s. We've used MakerBots. We've used cheaper M3Ds. And out of all of them, this is the one that's performed the best, given us the least problems, and is the least expensive. Let's see. And so project-wise, our current project, come over here and see if the glare is not too bad. We have a lightsaber project, which is actually, and people have talked about doing this project. I first did actually for our sons as a Christmas gift. We were trying to, find ways of making things more personal, saving money on Christmas, and so every Christmas we would make one of the gifts that we gave out, and so we made these lightsabers. And this is actually one of the lightsabers that we made, and it is pretty beat up because it's quite a few years old.
And it's been used.
and it's very bright out, and you can't really see very well, but it's got a very bright LED, and it's that LED at night really will shine up into the blade, and we have some film in it, and it looks really nice. We more recently did a project with our Curiosity Hack Guild, which is actually this lightsaber here. And so the first lightsaber we made for our kids was using sync tubes, so chrome sync tubes. And we bought some components from a company called the Custom Saber Shop, and we were able to make these pretty inexpensively. Here we were trying to even cut down even more on costs, and we were able to use PVC tubing and spray painted a really nice metallic. And then our Curiosity Hack Guild was able to 3D print add-on attachments. This is a button that's actually broken right now, but this is a dollar store button from a dollar store fan, so save money even more. In this style, it has LEDs up through the blade, which at night will basically light up the whole blade. We actually have bubble wrap kind of diffusing the light a little bit, and it's hard to see in the daytime, but it does work pretty well. And the kids could design more LEDs to go in this. The fun thing about this project is it teaches kids about LEDs. It teaches them about circuits, about how to choose power. We use to make these circuits. So this is a fairly simple circuit. This one has one LED in it, just a very bright one. And this has multiple LEDs in it. And this was fun because we got to teach the
Okay. Hi, everyone. How are you? I am Arnon Roseanne from a company called Everblock Systems in New York. In a little bit, I'll share on my screen some of our 3D building tools and things like that. But let me tell you guys a little bit about what we do here at Everblock and how it ties into the maker movement and everything we are kind of here to see. So what we do here at Everblock is we manufacture modular building blocks. So they are, in essence, oversized versions of the toys that you played with in your youth. It's a pretty neat system in that you have several different size blocks. One is a full-size block, which is over here. The other is a quarter-size block, which I was holding here. Then we make a half-size block, which is sort of the last of sort of the main parts now. We're constantly thinking about what the next parts we want to add into the system are. So what's interesting about Everblock is it was really conceived of by my kids. So my children, I've got 3 boys. I've got twin 11-year-olds and a 6-year-old. And about a year and a half ago, when I sold a business manufacturing products in plastics, my kids said to me, well, so Dad, what are you going to do now? I said, well, you know, I'm not sure what I want to do. Maybe I'll get involved with a tech startup, something like that. I said, but you know, Dad, what you really like to do is build things. That's kind of an interesting comment, right? Because kids sort of know you better than you know yourself. And at the end of the day, if you're on this video chat, you probably like to build things as well. And as builders or makers, it's kind of what we're drawn to. So part of my discussion with my kids was, well, what is next? They said, well, why don't we do something that enables people to build things like we like to build things? And that was kind of the beginning of Everblock. And the vision was to create kind of this universal system that enabled people to build life-size objects. So right here, what you're looking at is a 12-inch block. But I'm actually sitting at a desk, and I wish I could kind of turn my screen and show you that the entire desk is actually made up of my Everblock here. So you can build beds, chairs, tables. On our website, we've got hundreds and hundreds of pictures of everything from wall dividers to desks, to sales desks, to retail build-outs. We've built large, Oscars and Marios and Formula One race cars and fun things. And you can imagine when we get out in public and build a life-size Formula One race car in blocks that are this size, people go crazy. Apart from wanting to take the whole thing apart and reconfigure it, people have a lot of fun. But look, I mean, just kind of talking a little bit about sort of the benefit of blocks, right? I think we all know, and I all played with Lego in our youth, and we all know how Lego really helps with sort of creativity, individual building, teamwork if you're working with others. But the crux of it is that it allows you to explore building. And that's what we really wanted to do here, was create a system that lets you explore building in life size. So if you go to my apartment in New York, I obviously have a lot of blocks because that's kind of what I do for a living. And my kids one day will have a full-size fort, but another day they might have built sort of a little spaceship. And another day they might just kind of sit in a clubhouse that they've created. What's really cool is every day what they build changes. taking that into a classroom environment, we've done a lot with libraries and schools and after-school programs where people are challenged to build some really interesting objects with the blocks. So we've seen in school programs them having to build their own desks. We've done events for corporate clients where they'll come in, there's a stack of blocks, they'll say, well, if you want to have dinner, you're going to build your chairs and your table to eat on. And it's a really fun, collaborative environment. People work together and they build. Each block is 2 pounds, so this is about a 2-pound block. On its own, it's quite light. But if I'm building a 50-foot wall, which we do quite a bit to, let's say, hang artwork, then that wall now all of a sudden requires sort of 50 by 10 feet. So if they're 6 inches tall, you need 20 blocks, right? You've got almost 1,000 blocks. Now you've got a 2,000-pound wall. So it's actually interesting how sort of the modular nature of it makes it so portable, but then when it's connected, it actually makes it quite permanent until you're ready to take it apart again. What I'm kind of holding in my hand, and I kind of tend to hold on to this is a connector pin. And these are designed to fit in the integrated cable channels that are on the Everblock. So the idea is that you can connect the next block on top and reinforce it with this. This gets pounded in with a mallet, the next block gets pounded in on top, and then it becomes really a semi-permanent installation. So if I want to build a chair, let's say a large sort of sofa or chair, I can build it with these and then transport the whole thing as one full unit. So it's been kind of an interesting experience seeing what people build, how they transport it, and things like that. One of the things that I wanted to talk a little bit about on sort of this presentation is sort of the idea of using our tools as makers to allow people to build and visualize what they could build life-size, and then actually really building stuff and ultimately having the opportunity to build that in life-size. So what I'm going to do is share a screen in a second. First time I'm doing it, so I want to make sure I'm going to sort of put the screen up, and then Jamie, if you can let me know if you're seeing it, because I'm gonna share screen. I'm gonna pull up the screen, and then I'm gonna pull this up here. And this is our Everblock builder over here. So what you see now is our builder, and what that allows you to do is actually visualize sort of, here's a person we're dropping, and what this would look like if you were to build something in real life. So there's a series of shortcuts up here which kind of help you navigate around without using your mouse, but you can obviously build with a mouse if you wanted to. I tend to use my keyboard and the right left arrows, up, down, shift, and space to position blocks. But as you can see, I can drop in a block here and continue to drop in a block. And now all of a sudden I'm sort of creating something. I can rotate it, I can drop it into position, and now I can just kind of keep going, right? And just decide what it is I'm building here. I can drop in some accessories like shelving units or desks. So here, if I wanted to drop in a desk, I could rotate that and get that into position here. And then all of a sudden now I'm sort of building a desk, right? So one of the things we want to do as kind of our challenge, and to make this a little bit interesting, is to let everybody build on this builder. And you know, when you save on the builder, if you go to save here, whoopsie, sorry, that wasn't saved, that was a photograph. So let me close that real quick. But if you actually save, they'll just ask you for a little info. We'll just ask you to fill that out with your email. And then we're going to kind of ask you to limit what you build to a certain number of blocks. So 12 caps. So these are the caps over here, the green caps. 8 of the quarter blocks, and that's over here. That's the yellow one. 6 of the half blocks, and then 30. Let's see, what were we doing? We were doing 32 of the full blocks. So 32 full blocks, 6 half blocks, 8 quarter blocks, and 12 caps. And you can build in this builder, save it. We're going to see all of these come across our desk. We're going to have a little competition, and whoever's build that we like the best, we are actually going to we're going to actually send you those blocks for free. So have some fun, build a desk, build some fun things, and when you're done, whoever has the coolest design, as our team here at the office decide, we're going to actually send you a full one, a full set of those that you can actually build it online. So really kind of a neat thing. You can rotate up and down. You can take a look at it. But this is really a chance to visualize what you're building in real life, whether it's for your office or for your home. You can change colors, which is kind of neat. And that's how you really customize your objects. And we've seen some amazing things. I'm going to let you go on to our site here, which I'm sure some of you may have already been on or not, but you can see some bookshelves we built, coffee tables, all kinds of cool things, toy storage. We've had people put their collectibles up. There's a DJ booth. And then we've had some real fun. This is something in our office here that's a little area to keep our dishes and things like that, TV stands, sofas. But where it gets real fun is when we get into the special event world. And in the special event world, we're building some really big things. So we've done stuff for US Open and for Nike and for Google, where they've been both collaborative events and where we fix stuff. This over here with the TV screens, that's for the US Women's Open, where they created entire kiosks with it. Here's some catering risers that we did in Singapore, actually, at the Shangri-La Hotel, our agent over there. It looks really cool. But my personal favorite, well, that's my second favorite. We'll come back to it. My personal favorite is a castle that we built in Bryant Park. So here's a castle for their winter carnival. We illuminated it with LED lights, which is kind of a really neat thing. And I'll show you actually how you do that in a moment. But some really fun things you can do, bars at home, at events, things like that. So what I'm going to do is head back to the Hangout here. And let's see. Whoops. Stop sharing my screen here. Great. So, so what we have over here is our translucent block. So what the translucent block does is it lets you actually shine light through it, which is a really fun thing to do for some builds. So imagine building some really cool furniture with a team of people, and then illuminating. And I'm going to get my flashlight here, just kind of show you how that looks. So when you run LED lights behind, it's a really, really neat addition. For a classroom, it gets a lot of fun as you string LED lights through here or put it behind. Room dividers in classrooms. It just kind of brings a real fun, whimsical element to the whole thing. Let's talk just a little bit about building strategy because, obviously when you build something, the first thing that people tend to do is they just want to stack things right on top, and we end up with, something like that, which is really neat in some cases. But the reality, that is not a very strong construction, is it? So what we tend to do is recommend that whenever you're building something, you're going to be staggering the position of the blocks. And what do I mean by that? I mean that you do the sort of typical bricklay pattern, right? That creates a tremendous amount of strength. Each of these blocks can hold 60 psi with a spread load on top. So we've done stages with them, really quite structural. And then that's where these half caps come in, because you can now terminate very cleanly at a wall here. The quarter blocks are just kind of detail blocks, right? You can use them to sort of create a little detail depending on what you're trying to build. And then obviously the caps are meant as finishing caps, so it lets you complete and finish the construction. So really kind of a nice look. This is a great finishing top to a table or a bench or a chair. Obviously, you don't want to be sitting down on these, probably not that comfortable. And it creates a really, really neat effect. So one of the sort of latest pieces that we've added to the line is this foot piece, which is an interesting foot mechanism. But that's really meant for sort of a freestanding wall or a freestanding display. So that just slots right underneath into the hole here of the actual blocks. And that creates a T-support. So now this whole wall can be supported, and you can go up quite high. So when you use this in conjunction with these reinforcement rods, you can build some pretty substantial structures. An area that's kind of close to my heart and kind of the whole team here is we are really, really working towards creating full-size buildings. So imagine a full-size building down in sort of an impoverished country, or for the migrant crisis in Syria or Haiti after disaster relief. We'd love to be able to come in with pallets of these blocks, drop them on the ground, and quickly create rigid structures. So you're not sleeping in, you know, kind of tent cities that are vulnerable, but you actually have lockable homes that are solid. And then when the emergency situation is over, you pack them back on pallets and you ship it back out. And that's something that we really feel is a potential for sort of Everblock, and somewhere we'd like to head to as a long-term future. We've had some classrooms play around with building structures on the 3D Builder. It's been really fun. We've, you know, a lot of K through 12 use our builder, and they construct something, and then they get funding through a booster club, and they actually buy some blocks for the classroom, and then they actually build what they have sort of created together, and it's a collaborative sort of experience. You know, we've done some work up in Canada. There's a company called Creative Club that does a lot of after-school programs. We're looking for more and more of these after-school programs that can have sort of a series of blocks and integrate it into a program, both from a teamwork perspective, creativity, architectural design and building, you know, learning creativity. There's just so much you can learn from, you know, blocks. In the same way you can learn from Lego in a classroom, imagine now sort of the excitement on the kid's face when we're sort of full-time and sort of working in sort of lifetime. So life-size, rather. So with everyone here, and we would love to have you guys build on our builder. Like I say, whoever builds the most exciting and fun, it could be a robot, it could be a chair, it could be just something artistic. If you win, we'll send you those blocks, and just send us a pic when you get them. So wonderful. Well, I hope that was interesting for everyone. If anyone has any questions, we'd be happy to answer any questions about the blocks. I don't know if there's anyone on that'd like to ask a question. Well, great. Okay. Well, I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate everybody's time. And thanks for the chance to show you Everblock, our site, www.everblocksystems.com. And we're here and ready to help with any sort of questions. If you have sort of any goals for your team or your school, let us know, and we'll make sure to help you. Thanks so much. Take care.
I am Brittany Howell with the National Centers for Families Learning, and I'm here today with John Riegelman, our Dr. Wonder, and you'll see him here in a little bit. But we are thrilled to be sharing with you Wonderopolis and Camp Wonderopolis today. Great ways for learning on the go, learning in everyday situations, and just fostering that curiosity that we all have within us. So just to get started, I'm going to go ahead and share with you a couple things. I'm going to share my screen. Just very quickly about NCFL, we were established in 1989, and our focus is families learning together. So literacy across 2 generations, all the way from birth to adults. And we really, like I said, like to focus on learning on the go, digital literacy approaches and things like that, which is perfect, exactly what Wonderopolis is. So Wonderopolis was created by NCFL and was one of Time Magazine's top 50 websites in 2011. And it's really just a place that you can go and create curiosity and wonder within your family and your classroom, wherever you are, anywhere, anytime is what we like to say here at NCFL. So, and it's also a great way to promote and enhance your reading, writing, science, social studies, just general learning about anything. We are sure you can find a wonder that you are interested in. There are over 1,600 archived on the site, so it's a great place to get on and explore. Currently, we have 6.7 million visitors in the last 12 months. As I said, this says 1,500 plus, but it's actually 1,600 plus archived wonders of the day that you can go back and explore. You can use the search feature, search by keywords. You can search by content area. And educators, you can also join the Wonderground and register, and you can then search by standard as well and get free resources for using and read blog posts by our Wonder Leads for Wonderopolis and also Camp Wonderopolis areas as well. We have over 20,000 Twitter followers, and we do Twitter chats the first Monday of every month throughout the school year. So those are always educator focused. So we've done math related, poetry month. We will be live at ISTE coming up in June. So there's just a variety of different things. We hope you check it out. This is a video. If you go to our About page on Wonderopolis, you can view that there, but I'm going to go ahead and move on just for time's sake right now. So as educators, we're always thinking about, how can we keep students learning and families learning together all the time, especially during the summertime. So Camp Wonderopolis is a offshoot of Wonderopolis.org in order to combat that summer brain drain, as well as keep learning fun. So it's a completely free online virtual summer camp that has literacy and STEM-based learning, as well as at-home experiments and maker activities. We started it 3 years ago, and this year when we launch in June will be our third one coming up. And once it's live, it is there year round. So as of right now, at camp.wonderopolis.org, you can see the 2014 and 2015 camp and explore. And then on June 13th, our 2016 camp will go live. There are over 42 content lessons across 6 different areas. So it's very popular. I'm going to give you a brief overview today, but I really encourage you to go on, set up your account, and explore for yourself. Just a little bit of the history. There is the online version that will have, similar to the Wonders of the Day, the informational text, the vocabulary words. There's a digital diary, things of that sort. And then there's also more hands-on, in-person, offline activities like the maker activities. There are reading lists and things like that. So on the screen now are just different results that we have seen from Camp Wonderopolis. For example, 46,000 vocabulary words mastered, more than 125,000 learners have explored camp. The camp maker activities and kits were used at libraries and programs over the summer to keep families engaged in learning together, etc. So camp is a great way for family engagement, either throughout the school year or over the summer. It's great for both because it really sparks that inner curiosity and that wonder. It's absolutely free, sparks conversations. It fosters learning outside of the classroom, so in the home and the community, wherever you may be. It's also, you can learn at your own pace. So the whole thing, even though there's 6 different tracks, it's all launched at once. So you can choose, how quickly or at your own pace to complete camp. There are maker activities on there. You can collect your Wonder cards, participate on the Wonder Wall, even go on field trips within your local community that are related to the camp topics. So these photos that you're seeing are the 2015 version of camp because we have not launched 2016. But this is the general overview. Those are the 6 tracks: the Wonder Coliseum, the First Aid Station, the Launch Pad, Snack Bar, Tech Workshop, and Weather Station. And within those 6 tracks, within each one, there are 7 lessons for a total of 42. And there are gamification features as well as dashboard tools. So campers and counselors each have their own account, and then you can link them together. So educators, then you can track their progress. You can see which wonders that they have completed, where they got on their quizzes. You can see their diary posts, things like that. Campers, it allows you to also see your own progress. It allows you to see how many Wonder cards you've earned. You can even print them off and show everyone your accomplishments over the summer, as well as post in your digital diary. So there's a lot of cool things. So the bold titles, for example, the Wonder Coliseum, the Games and Recreation, that's the main track. And then under it are the 7 lessons, which are centered around the curious question, similar to the Wonder of the Day. And again, these are the 2015 camp tracks. 2016 will have new ones. So once you choose which track you want to explore, then you get to the track pages where you will find the 7 individual lessons, as well as the maker activity and the recommended book list. And the book list is also divided into 3 different age groups. So depending on which grade level or age you are at, you can choose the books that are just right for you. The maker activities for 2016 will also come with videos that will explain the maker activities for you, and it will also explain the science behind why that happens. So then you choose which lesson you want to start with. So for example, this one is what is a simple machine? And you will have the informational text passage. You'll have a media gallery. Everyone will have a video as well as images that go along with it. It will have a vocabulary wheel with the wonder words. You will have the wonder card quiz, so the comprehension quiz. And then you will also find a list of related wonders of the day, because we're always trying to inspire you to keep wondering and keep learning. There are also Extend Your Wonder activities, which are great additional offline activities in addition to the maker activities. This is just a closer up view of the wonder cards and the wonder wheel for the vocabulary. The Extend Your Wonder activities. This is the wonder wall that I was referencing. It's a Pinterest style bulletin board where then you can share your content. You can post text, photos, videos, things you're still wondering, what you learned, just really anything. And then you can also comment on other users as well. So a lot of times campers will comment and then the counselors might respond, or you might know another wonderer, or one just might catch your interest. This is the digital camp diary. It's really great for practicing that digital composition that's so important these days, as well as the netiquette practice. Counselors, then you can see the journal entries. You could use it for reflections, writing your own wonders, recording your thinking during the maker activities. There's really just a variety of possibilities with it. This is a preview of what your dashboards would look like. And I think that we're all super familiar with the maker movement since it's Global Maker Day. But we just love at camp using the maker activities as ways to use everyday materials that are probably already in your home to create solutions to everyday problems as a way of hands-on learning for literacy and STEM. There's just so many great things about using the hands-on maker activities in addition to the online text. These were the maker activities from camp last year, and you'll be able to find those on the campsite currently for Camp 2015. This is a preview or example of what the maker activity page would look like. It will give you the video with the directions. It will give you the materials that you need, and then it will also give you written step-by-step directions, as well as explain why that happens. We also recommend programs using the maker activities for family workshops. So there's a brief overview of that. If you're interested, if that's something you'd like to hear more about, we really encourage you to reach out to us. Our contact information will be up on the screen in just a second, and we would be happy to talk with you a little more about that. We also offer Camp Wonderopolis campsite kits. So these are some of the contents that you would find this year. These are for an additional charge. However, the camp is free. So if that's also something you're interested in for your program, please reach out as well. Just kind of a recap or overview. Camp Wonderopolis is a great way to read online and offline during summer months. Read the informational text online, the book list offline, sparking conversations, creating competition within your family or your classroom who earned the most wonder cards, or learn the most vocabulary words, all sorts of different things. Really, we love hearing from people on the Wonder Wall or leaving comments. Each comment does receive a personalized response. And use that Wonder Journal. Track your field trips that you go on and how does that relate to the wonders and maker activities that you're exploring. So coming June 13th is Camp Wonderopolis Flex Your Wonder. That's our theme for this year. And we are very excited for that launch. So go ahead and register today, set your account up, and we look forward to wondering with you. Here's our contact information. We also love hearing on social media from you, Twitter and Facebook as well. And if you are interested in hearing more about the program or if we can support you in any way, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. Cool, great. All right. So that's a little bit of the overview of Camp Wonderopolis and wonderopolis.org. We hope that you get on there, check it out, and register for an account. You can also sign up to receive the Wonder of the Day in your inbox every day. So please check that out. And now I'm going to hand it over to our Dr. Wonder for a fun experiment that you could do, or maker activity that you could do easily at home or in the classroom.
Thank you, Brittany. And hello, everyone. Thank you again for joining us on this fine Maker's Day extravaganza. As Brittany mentioned, we really support the maker movement and all the exploration and discovery that it leads to. And for programs in class or at home, you know, anything hands-on is a great way to get minds churning and people learning together, especially two generations. So this, Brittany talked a lot about camp, which we have like she talked about, we have maker activities for each of the 6 different areas of camp, and this is one that was from last year in the tech workshop. This one, like she said, we all, you know, we're really focused on scientific principles brought to life through everyday objects and materials around the house. So in the tech workshop, our maker activity was from last year was the fundamentals of a circuit, of an electrical circuit, and how you can create and see it in action. This very simple experiment uses the highly technical material aluminum foil, safety first electrical tape, a battery or 2 to for an even brighter experiment. And lastly, a little miniature light bulb. You can take it from a flashlight or buy it at any hardware store. We've elected to use a small one. So, like we said, we're going to talk about creating an electrical circuit, which, as you know, of course, is really just circle. You just make a connected loop. So you start with batteries, and we found that 2 D batteries work well. You get twice the juice, and so twice the effect. So we will start. It helps to attach these to keep things together. So you can use your electrical tape or other ways just to connect 2 batteries. Remember, if you do use 2, keep the 2 ends connected, all part of the circuit. There's step 1. Step 2, you just take 2 pieces of tinfoil. These are kind of prepared. You just tear off a quick strip, fold it into a nice flat little band like so. and you get 2 of these. So you can take one, and on the bulb, you can wrap an end. Well, both of these are prepared. Take one of the ends of your aluminum foil and make sure you take it around the side, the metal encased side of the bulb toward the bottom. We have found this is a good place to use your electrical tape if you like, to secure it a little better. And so we're about halfway there. Power source, one arm of the circuit. And take the other. Let's see. You can just attach that to the positive end of the battery. Like so. The other end, positive end, negative end. You have the aluminum foil, which acts as the conductor. This is the bulb on the end, and then to complete the circuit, you simply touch the bottom of the bulb. I'm not sure if this is showing up on. Actually, would you mind dimming the lights just to see if we can see if that shows up? So again, there's lots of different ways you can do this, and you can hook up different things. You don't have to stick with bulbs. But as you see, it's very simple. It's all electrical conductors. You start, it connects to the power source on one end, and power source on the other, and connects when you close the circuit. Ta-da!
You turn the light off.
You can turn the light off.
There's still too much window light.
1, 2. So it's an easy way and a fun way too, because when kids and adults, get that feedback of, hey, you get the light bulb flashing, and that may inspire light bulbs to go off in their minds on other ways that circuits work, how they see them in everyday life, and also different ways they can use basic circuitry to make their own inventions to power, lights, fans, motors. It's a really good, easy to do, safe primer on a fundamental scientific lesson that can then be applied countless ways. So that's one example of the type of maker experiments you'll find on camp and throughout Wonderopolis. Thank you very much. And one of the many, when we're done with these pieces and parts, a lot of people like to, you can put them in your Wonder Jar. We have Wonder Jars that were created when Wonderopolis launched. Here's one of those fine containers, and the glorious thing about Wonder Jars is it can be this, it can be a gallon milk jug, it can be a 2-liter bottle, it can be a bag you have, it can be a plastic bag from the store. You can make your own, and you can use it in any way you like, just like Wonder. It's a very versatile concept. It can be as grandiose or as basic as you want. The key is that it is, it's just another catalyst to get those brains in motion, thinking and discovering all the wonder there is out there. I'm going to clean up my Wonder Station and turn things back over to Brittany. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing everybody on Wonderopolis and later this summer at camp. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Dr. Wonder. We love wondering here at Wonderopolis and at NCFL, so we really hope that you stop by and tweet us your maker experiments and your wonder jars and wonder walls, and we love hearing from all of our wonder friends out there. So have a great rest of the day. Happy Global Maker Day, and we're glad you joined us today. Bye.
First of all, I am so excited to be here for Global Maker Day. This is part 2 for me, so I'm really excited to have this opportunity to be here again, 2 back-to-back hours, and I'm feeling really happy after sharing my my Global Day Maker presentation on gratitude. Just talking about it for an hour has made me feel better. So today I'm going to continue talking in this presentation about inspiration and some ways that you can create spaces out in public at your school where you guys give spaces to be creative, but then to create things, to make things that will actually inspire others. And the goal is we want to pass on positivity. And I'm going to give you some real concrete ways that you can do so. If you take a look at that picture right there, that's actually from just last week from our spring fling at my high school, and I'm going to talk about that in just a little bit. I'm so happy you're here. This is really an exciting day, and I'm so thankful to be, I'm very grateful to be a part of this event and be able to connect with educators and classrooms globally. It's really exciting to me to get to connect with some really amazing people out there and learn from everyone else as well. My name is Melinda Forward. I'm a National Board Certified teacher, and I teach at Highland High School, which is in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We are a Title I school, 100% free and reduced lunch. And the picture that you see is actually a picture of my desk last year at the end of the year. And you'll see that pink thank you note. That's what I talked about in the last hour with our 1,000 thank you challenge. And I'd also like you just to take a quick note, and you'll notice that there's a rock, and there's a shell, and there's a tag there that's like a shipping tag, and then there's some more rocks over there to the right. And the rocks and the shells, that's what I'm going to be talking about today with our inspiration stations, because that's where those came from. I am a teacher, but then I'm also the executive director of the School Culture Project. And our website is weallhaveavoice.org. Our mission is to share tools and training that we have developed to help build student voice, to create positive change in schools where everyone thrives. Everyone, not just students, but students and teachers and secretary, and everyone will thrive. So we've created some school culture projects, and I'm going to share with you today Inspiration Rocks, which combines several of our projects, but there's so much room for creativity. You'll see that there is a, point to this here, Global Maker Day link right here. You can go there after the presentation, and it'll actually be a link for a little survey, and you will then be able to get tools, free tools from me, that will help you implement these projects in your school. Empowering student voice. School culture projects, you can see there on the bottom of the pictures, one of my students painting the sidewalk for Sidewalk Talk. Mirror messages, which I'm going to talk about today. Our conversation spaces, another thing I'm going to present today, and Take a Smiles. And there are many more. Now, what inspires you? I'm going to give you about 2 minutes, and I'd like you to come up with 5 things that are inspiring to you. 5 things that are inspiring to you. And if you have some paper handy, you can write those down. That's something I'm going to ask you to get in just a little bit, some supplies, so you can participate here. This is real hands-on. But make a list of 5 things that inspire you. Just the first things off the top of your head. Okay, I'm going to wrap up your thought. And the next thing I'd like you to do is I'm going to give you about 30 seconds. And I would like you to turn to the person next to you. I know we've got some classrooms out there. I'm real excited about that. I'd like you to turn to the person next to you, and I'd like you to share the top 2. If you have to pick out of your 5, what are the top 2 things that inspire you the most? What are they? Take about 30 seconds, 15 seconds each, and share those top 2 things that inspire you. All right, so that was a little more than 15 seconds each, so we're going to move on. And I want to talk about school culture, because a lot of times people mix school culture and school climate when we're talking about we need to change this climate in our schools. Well, we do, but school culture is really the key to shifting school climate. When we talk about school culture, it's who are we, what do we do, and what do we expect? This is action. And what's awesome about this is that we have power over our school culture. That's really cool. Like, we can actually take action in our schools, and we can make a huge difference in the lives of everyone there, in everyone's future, and in the relationships that we have in our school. Again, this is real hands-on, so I'm going to give you just a minute, and I would like you to think, can you answer these 3 questions? Who are you as a school? What do you do to build your school culture? And what do you expect? I'd like you to see if you can come up with 2 things for each of those. 2 things that explain who you are, 2 things that explain what you do as a school, and 2 things about what you expect. And if you'd like to write those down, that'd be awesome. Teachers out there, you can write them on the board, you can brainstorm. So take a few minutes and talk about those. I just had you share some ideas about your school culture. Who are you? What do you do? And what do you expect? And then I'd like you to think about how these relate to what I'm going to talk about next, which is school climate. School climate's all about how do we feel at school. And when people talk about changing school climate, the challenge is that we can't necessarily change the fact that we're going to feel good some days and sad some days, and moment to moment, our emotions are going to change. What we can remain constant with is what we're doing. What are we doing in our school? Who are we? Okay, what are we expecting? And that's why it's so important to focus on school culture actually as the builder of school climate. And that's where I said that we have power. We have power to help people feel better. We have power to really make a difference in who we are moment to moment, and that can build our school climate. So how do we build a sensational school culture? Not just good, not just cool, but sensational. We want to be remarkable as a school, as students, as who we are and what we do. And I'm going to share some things that have worked at my school that will work, I believe, anywhere. And again, I'm here to help you, not just tell you about this today and get you going, but to actually help you create this change long-term in your school. That's what I'm here for. Now, what do we need to do? We need to give everyone a purpose. We need to value everyone in our school, and we need to build everyone's confidence. And everyone in our school needs to absolutely know 100% that they are important. And sometimes we don't know that we're important because we don't feel like we have a purpose in our school. My school is huge. It's 1,400 students. It is really easy to get lost. If you're not involved in maybe sports or music or clubs, then how do you connect? And it can be kind of overwhelming, and you may not feel as important because you don't know where you fit. These projects I'm so excited to share are actually going to give everyone a place, everyone a purpose, and they're going to build everybody's confidence because they're going to show everyone how important they really are. It's not just talking, it's actually doing, it's making it. My goal for you, I'm going to give you 3 tools to create the greatest possible positive change for students in poverty, actually students everywhere. I work with a lot of schools that are Title I schools, and Title I schools have a lot of really special needs because of the issues of poverty. It creates a whole different climate and culture, and what's really cool is that I feel like our Title I schools sometimes need more focus on culture and climate. And the projects that we have will work in any school, any school. And I'm going to share with you the steps. How do you install inspiration stations? Now, how do we inspire others? You'll see that this little rock, which is an inspiration rock, says imagination is the limit, which means there is no limit. On the table, you will notice shiny Sharpies, and you will notice some rocks. Those are a few of the supplies, actually the 2 supplies that you need to do our project called Inspiration Rocks. Now, an inspiration station. This is an example of an inspiration station, and we simply set up 2 long cafeteria tables, the ones that roll, in front of our wall, which is our community wall. Whole other project that I can share with you. I'm going to talk about it briefly at the end, but more importantly, on the tables, you'll see that everyone is involved. And on those tables simply are rocks and shiny Sharpies, as well as some shells. I'd like you teachers out there to take notice that there are no cell phones. How many students are there? And there's not one. Not one. These projects involve kids so much that they just connect with what they're doing in the moment, what they're making, and everyone around them. That is the power in this. It gets us to the now. And that was our station. Simply that. And this was something that we did at lunch. We had rocks left over from our spring fling. So we set up the same thing from spring fling during lunch. Now, we talked about this being hands-on, and they asked me to send out some information on what you would need to participate. And I'm going to give you just a minute or so to collect your supplies. Some paper, crayons, markers, rocks, and shells. If some of you have those, that'd be awesome. And your creativity. Optional fun, if you have some glitter and stickers, those would be great too. I'm going to give you about a minute or so, and I'm going to have you collect your supplies. Okay, I hope you have some supplies. Again, paper, markers, rocks, shells, anything you can think of. There may be things in your classroom right now that you could use to write on to inspire people. So don't think that you're limited to the things that I shared with you. You're not limited. Imagination is the limit, right? We are going to talk right now about making tag teams. Things are great. That's what TAG stands for. TAG can be a really positive thing if we are tagging our school with positivity. And we're talking about with inspiration stations here to actually install spaces, okay, where we can show everyone that things are great, where we can make things, okay, that give everyone an opportunity to share their ideas with everyone else, to give everyone a purpose, give a purpose and value, and everybody the opportunity to share. What can this look like? Well, objectives here. We want to shift the states from negative to positive. And what that means is that we may be feeling like sad one moment, but if we do something or we have something happen to us, we can shift to the positive. Emotions can shift to like from second to second, right? We all know that. That's just like the nature of being human. And if we do things, culture, which is our culture, that are positive, we can help people shift from negative to positive. What's interesting is that building supportive relationships and helping other people shift from negative to positive, we shift from negative to positive. It just happens. And in the process, we build our community and we create this positive climate where everyone feels good. And if they don't feel good, we help them feel good. And we make a difference and we make a change. Mediate stress. Stress is a huge issue in our school. Okay, kids out there, I would like you to raise your hands if you experience stress. Teachers, I want you to raise your hands if you are experiencing stress. Now, if you guys are raising your hand at this time of year, I know there's something up. I want to tell you that I'm raising my hand because it is the end of the year and we are in the process of wrapping up our last 6 weeks, preparing for final exams, which are next week, preparing to end the entire school year. And there is a lot going on right now. So it's a really important thing that we focus on recognizing that we have stress, that we are managing things around us, and it's okay to experience stress as long as it's not sustained stress, that we do something about it so we switch and we're not feeling stressed out for very long. Here we go, mirror messages. We're gonna start with mirror messages today. This is an activity that you can set up at your inspiration station, and it is simply creating an inspirational message. It can be your own idea, which is awesome and best, or it could be a quote from someone else. And this message was actually created and was actually on the window of the door going into my building, and this is what I saw every day as I was walking into the school building. And I tell you what, it definitely changed the way I felt. I was feeling a little bit tired. Oh boy, is Friday here yet? Wow, oh that's okay. No matter what, be positive. No matter what. And be positive. When I talked about culture, talked about who we are, we can be positive. This is an example of how if we're positive, we do things that are positive, we will help other people feel positive. I want to show you another example of a mirror message. This was made by one of my students last year, and I just love it. The best is yet to come. Stay positive. There's a theme here, right? I am going to give you a couple of minutes. You have paper and pencil, right, out there, and markers, maybe glitter. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes, and I want you to make a message that you could put up around your school somewhere, and you could make a difference, okay? Something encouraging, something inspiring. It can be your own idea, okay? Or it can be a quote from someone else that's inspiring. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes. And hopefully at the end, you guys are going to tweet some of these. So as you're going along, take some pictures, and then you'll be tweeting it to Global Maker Day with a hashtag. And I can't wait to see what you're coming up with. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes, and let's make some mirror messages and share inspiration. Okay, make sure you're coloring them. Color's a really good thing. Give you another minute. Okay, everybody, I'm going to have you kind of wrap up your mirror messages and take some pictures. Take some pictures of you making those mirror messages. And later on, I'm going to ask you guys to actually post them and put them up places and then send us pictures. Super excited about that possibility. Okay, are you ready to keep making? Because I'm excited about the next thing I have to share with you. I love this one. It's called Inspiration Rocks. And this was one that actually was inspired by a couple of different people. McCabe Russell is this amazing woman who she creates all sorts of rocks and shares them with people. She even goes to like special events and she sets up tables, and she inspired a friend of mine, actually one who is totally about gratitude, Antonia the Grateful, and she did a gratitude party, and at that gratitude party there were rocks on the front table that you could take. And my husband and I took one. Actually, we took two, still have them. I love them. And when it was about spring fling time and we were needing an activity to do outside, it was going to be windy, we thought it might be, I was at the dollar store shopping and saw the rocks there in the little bags, and I thought, wow, maybe we could do the same thing that Antonia had done, that McCabe Russell had done, and maybe that would be kind of a cool activity for us to do at Spring Fling. And right next to that, I saw the shells, and I'm like, hey, shells could be cool too. And I bought some of those, and then I bought some shiny Sharpies. That's it. The dollar store even has those. Literally for like $2, you can have a whole bunch of really cool rocks. Cool rocks to share. So with that, I started this whole thing with inspiration rocks, and it's really, really simple. You gather your supplies, your Sharpies, and you simply write inspirational messages or draw pictures on the rocks, and you share them. Like, how cool is that? I know some of you out there read some of the information about the challenges, and that's my challenge to you today, is to create, see if you can create 3 inspiration rocks if you have rocks. If you don't have inspiration rocks, go back to your mirror messages. Or maybe make a list on a piece of paper. What would you put on a rock when you get a rock? And what will you do for your inspiration rocks? I'm going to give you a couple minutes, just like I did before, and I'm going to have you go ahead and create some really cool inspiration rocks or some ideas to put on an inspiration rock once you get some. So off you go. Create some really cool inspiration rocks. Okay, everybody, how you doing out there? Hope y'all doing well. Like you too. Kind of wrap up the rock that you're working on, or the idea that you may be putting on a piece of paper to actually put on a rock when you get one. Okay, like before, when I had you share with somebody else, that's what I want you to do right now. I want you to share your inspiration rock with someone. Okay, even exchange them, which would be kind of cool. And I'd like you to share what you put. And why did you put that on your rock? Why did you put that there? So take a couple minutes. I'd like you to share with somebody else. And what did you put on your rock? Or what idea did you put down on a piece of paper that you're going to put on a rock? And why? So take a couple minutes and share with the person next to you. Okay, I'm going to have everybody wrap up your sharing. And I'd like you to take a minute or so and take some pictures to tweet at #GlobalMakerDay. Take a couple minutes and take some pictures. And I can't wait to see what you have created. I want to share another thing with you that you can take Inspiration Rocks to a whole new level. And that new level is the Teachers Rock. Teachers Rock. This is an interesting time of the year for teachers. It's kind of a bittersweet time. I know that may sound funny because, yeah, we're all looking forward to summer and everything like that. But at the same time, it's a time of year where if you teach high school, you're saying goodbye to some of your seniors, which is going to make me cry if I think too much about it. And we're saying goodbye to some of our classes. If you teach elementary school, then you're going to be saying goodbye to your students who are moving on to the next grade level. There's a lot of being happy and celebrating, and then there's also a lot of kind of mixed feelings. So we, last year, created a project, Inspiration Rocks, turned into Teacher Rocks, and we had a whole box of rocks at the front office on the desk, and it was actually the same day that teachers were getting their evaluations, which is kind of an interesting thing here in New Mexico. And there was a need for it because not everybody might have been feeling really great or fantastic after that. We were wanting to shift everyone's states from being negative to being positive. And we thought that that could make a difference. And we found out later that it did. I found out some teachers took 2, which was kind of neat to think about. And that is a way that you could actually share your inspiration rocks with a larger group of people. You could do so in the counseling office. You could do so at an event. And we had an event called College and Career Diner that we did at our school. And we actually made that part of the activity is we just put markers and rocks out on the table, and some of them were done. And that was an activity that actually everybody could do. I actually took this to a whole nother level at my wedding, and at our wedding reception, we actually had rocks for people to write on. And then my sister also created some rocks. She spray painted them white and then wrote hearts and love all over them. And those were the, that's what people took home with them as a memory from the wedding. So this has so many options. I can't wait to see what you guys do with it. All right, now it's time to make a sharing shell. It's the same thing as the rocks, but on a shell. And what's cool about this is that you can actually use all sorts of cool colors, like on shells. You can get white rocks, which will show colors, which is pretty cool. But you can also use really cool colors. And I'd like you to just take a minute now. If you collected some shells or you have some shells, I'd like you to take a couple minutes and create some really cool sharing shells. And if not, I'd like you again to go back to, on a piece of paper, make a list of some things that you would actually put on a shell. And remember that you can actually write on the inside of the shell as well as the outside of the shell. And that's kind of neat. Some students have done some really cool things, using the outside and the inside of the shell. So keep that in mind. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to create a sharing shell. Lots of cool colors, and you can use that inside of the shell as another place for you to put a message or continue your message. All right, I'm going to have you take a quick minute and just share. But actually, I'm going to give you 30 seconds. And I'd like you to share the idea that you put on your sharing shell, or I'd like you to share what you will put on your sharing shell once you get one and you make it. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next thing, and I'd like you to show you what the student in that picture had created. I'm going to go back for a quick second, and if you look down at the student here who does have her phone out, but it's because she's taking a picture of what she's actually creating there. Really awesome. Notice nobody else has phones. It's a really great way to have students connect with one another, and adults even, and really get in the moment. And this is one of the things that she created, which I really love. She's one of my seniors who graduated. Now I have that. Now, what is our intention? Our intention is to make everyone see the world differently. Peace is a big thing. We can all see the world differently in some ways. It's not that people don't see the world in a positive way, because we do, but there's always things that we can look at differently. And a part of this with Inspiration Stations is looking at one another differently, actually taking a minute to stop and actually look at one another and actually share, connect, to observe how people are doing in the world, and to make a difference. If people aren't feeling good, if the climate is not positive, then to take action, concrete actions, simple actions to create a difference and to help. I'm going to talk briefly about the Wall of Chalk Dreams. This is a gigantic inspiration station that is actually on the wall of our math building, and it is a space where everyone can share. It was inspired by a TED Talk by Candy Chang, who created the Before I Die wall that's now a movement around the world. And my students watched the Candy Chang talk in preparation for Mardi Gras. I teach French in New Orleans, and they were so inspired that they wanted to know if we could build one too. And we did. And this is what it turned out to be. It's actually gigantic. It's about 9 feet tall or 8 feet tall and about 50 feet long, wraps around the corner of a building. And it's given everyone a place to do the following things: to build hope, to teach students to dream big. And I really have to change that, is it teaches all of us to dream big. We all can learn from one another. And when you're out looking at the wall, you don't know who wrote, it's anonymous. You don't know who wrote what. And it doesn't matter who wrote what, how old they are, their experiences in life. It's just everyone really connecting and creating better narratives to create better stories. We always have something that, some way that we can learn and grow. And by learning new stories about ourselves, by believing in new things, by connecting with other people, we tell different stories, and we can tell more positive stories. Okay. And positive stories. So we want to inspire engagement and ownership by creating this really cool wall on the side of our building. It's really simple. It's not like it's complicated. We now own something. Students the other day at Spring Fling put new blue handprints on the wall, and one of the students said, "Hey, I get to be a part of this forever." And that's really what it is. And what that took was a $5 little quart of paint and a brush and a hand and the opportunity. And with this, it gives us a mission. In 2014, this project started, and this is the wall. And as it was, my students chose this space because, well, you may figure out by looking at it why they chose this space. It was really, really not the happiest of places, and it's right on our courtyard. We have this beautiful courtyard. Our school is the oldest one in Albuquerque. It's just this big, tall trees and grass, and then this wall. And this is the wall that my students chose to turn into a huge inspiration station like this. And this literally took us 4 days from the time we started painting it until we had this. Actually, a little bit longer to put all the lines on. That took a while. But to actually get the board up in a space where we could be writing on it, it just took a couple of days. And because it's literacy based with reading and writing, our school district actually paid for it. So literacy money was used, which is really, really cool. So funding wise, and it didn't even really cost that much. That was kind of cool about it. It didn't cost that much to make. And you could even get donations of materials. But the kids put it up. And we learned a lot about math and straight lines and measuring and tape and painting and stencils, all sorts of life skills that were very inspiring because my students hadn't done anything like this before. I hadn't built a gigantic chalkboard before either. And that new experience connected all of us in a new way and then gave us a space to actually connect with one another. And we created a new place to dream. And that's what inspiring people is all about. Creating new spaces, new opportunities. Our organization with the School Culture Project is all about providing new opportunities for students because they want to share, they want to talk, they want to connect. They just may not have the opportunities the way our school is set up. And we are really excited to be able to offer some new opportunities. Very, very simple. None of this is complicated. It is just about people. Just about people. And our students, the people in our schools, are our most important resources. And we don't look to them enough. We don't look to them enough. And this space really, really is an amazing space that we want to help other schools create. So if you are watching this right now and you are getting even a little bit excited about the possibility of a wall at your school, okay, of your school having a wall somewhere, go from this to this, then we are here to help you. We are here to help you. Again, School Culture Project, weallhaveavoice.org, and we have all the steps. I have lesson plans for teachers to use. It's literacy based, it's reading and writing, it's service learning, and it's inspiring. It's just inspiring for me to even talk about it and to think about the possibilities of other schools being able to provide this opportunity for their students, because we believe that every school should be an inspiration station, like the whole school. And we can start with little places like this. and tables with rocks and shells. And that is a way that we can give everyone a new place to connect, because we're all people. It doesn't matter how old we are, how young we are. My kids have experienced really cool things that I've never experienced. So we all have a lot to learn from one another. And as I look at this, I'd like everyone out there to think about, how would you answer, or how would you finish the statement, before I die, I want to? How would you answer that? I'm going to give you about a minute or so, and I know that's not long because it's a big question, but it can be anything. Before I die, I want to. Take a minute to finish that question, and then I'm going to come back. Again, the question is, or the statement is, before I die, I want to, and it can be anything. There's no right or wrong. There's nothing too silly. There's nothing too serious. Before I die, I want to. Okay, I'd like everybody to kind of wrap up that idea. And I know, again, that it wasn't a very long amount of time. And I'd like you to think about turning to the person next to you. It could be a different person if you've been sharing with the same person all along, or mirror messages, or your inspiration rocks, or your sharing shells. Maybe think about sharing with a different person or the same person. How did you finish that sentence? Okay, I'm going to move on here and share a little bit about a project that we were involved in. We ended up connecting with ASCD, this amazing organization that is all about transformation in schools. And they actually featured our school as a school that's doing some things that are different to connect people. And a part of it is giving students a voice. And I'm going to see if this video will work. If not, it's online. I'm going to take about a minute and see. Okay, we're going to see if it'll play more than the intro. Yes, here we go. We started a conversation about what does it mean to have a voice, giving people a chance to speak up who are shy, don't necessarily have a chance to share, aren't necessarily heard, don't feel like they're heard. And we went around and kids asked questions on what does it mean to have a voice, and you feel like you have one, why or why not. And that was the beginning of the We All Have a Voice project.
Inspired by the work of artist Candy Chang, We All Have a Voice gives students a place to express their gaudiest goals and aspirations.
I'm all about the importance of gaudy goals. Gaudy goals say to the kid, let's shoot for the stars. Not even the moon. Moon's boring. We're going for the stars. And sell kids on why that's the most important thing on the planet, so they get caught up in it.
To me, it means to see your dreams and what you want to do before you die, and how to accomplish it. Because then when you write what you want to do, that means it gives you a goal and motivation to be what you want to be.
I think to me it means just the school coming together as a whole, because like all of us are looked down as like underdogs, and then just to see something like this amazing going on at Highland Base, it's really good. We're kind of just connecting on a new level that we never have before.
Okay, so I'm back, and I think we're all back. Yes, okay, so we had the opportunity to be filmed, had this film crew come and film us at our school, and we are the underdogs. And connecting in a whole new way, that's exactly what we were able to do. And so here we were featured in this film. It was really, really a unique opportunity for us to be heard, and now for us to be heard by schools, like everywhere. And that's been a really great connection we've made with Eric Jensen in helping students be heard. Now, what is the future of your school culture? Remember we talked about, I had you think about who are you, what do you do, what do you expect in your school? Okay, I had you write down a couple of things, right, about who you were, and I'd like you to think about your future. The things that you wrote down right there that you are right now, is that who you want to be? Is that the culture that you want to have at your school? Is that it? Because you know what? You can shift your school culture. Your climate, don't even worry about your climate. It'll just come around. But you have the power to shift your school culture and to make amazing things happen. So this is your opportunity. So it's your turn now to act. Action changes things. Right now, just because you guys signed up for this really amazing opportunity, because I signed up for this amazing opportunity to share with you, things have changed. Your opportunities have changed. Now you know some different things that have worked at my school that are working at other schools, and it's your opportunity to figure out what you want to do. If you would like to sign up Make Miracles in May, that's another part of our Inspiration Station, which turns our classrooms into Inspiration Stations. You can sign up online. I'm going to give you the information. I sign up. And this is where you can go. Go to Global Maker Day online. So weallhaveavoice.org. Okay. You'll see that link right at the top. It says Global Maker Day 2016. There'll be a survey up. It'll be up in just a couple of, 10 or 15 minutes. And then once you sign up, then I'll be able to send you everything you need, step by step. There are weekly emails that are going out to everyone. And just a hint, we may continue this into June. So if you think you're missing out because it's towards the end of May, you're not, but just sign up. We really want to help you make a difference in your schools and to use gratitude. So take a screenshot. I'm going to give you another like 30 seconds so that you've got this. weallhaveavoice.org, again, is our website. And we're here to help. That's the main thing. Like, I'm not just here for now, not just here for an hour, but I'm here to help you make true change in your school. All right, I'm going to give you about a minute time to tweet. If you got some things out there to tweet out, hashtag Global Maker Day. If not now, then in a little while. Whenever you get some things done to share, I would love to see what you are creating out there all around the world. It was really, really great. I'm going to give you about a minute. All right, everybody, so there's time to tweet later on. Please keep tweeting and let me know what's going on. That would really be awesome. It's kind of interesting being here, doing this with my computer and just talking to y'all as if you're right here with me, but I would really love to know, like, what's going on out there. I want you to get ready, though. Right now, you guys have a rock, you have a message, you have a shell. You have some things that you can immediately put out there in the world to create positivity, new types of engagement, and to spread gratitude and inspiration. So miracles are ahead, I guarantee it. If you just move along, you take some new actions, and I'm here to help. My husband Thomas, and I'm thankful to have him as my teammate as the directors of the School Culture Project. It's just been amazing. I'm so thankful to the Global Maker Project for having us be a part of Global Maker Day here on May 17th, 2016. And please contact us. I want this to be just the beginning of working with you. weallhaveavoice.org is our website. Please sign up. Come get our newsletter. Sign up for 1,000 thank yous. I want to see how many schools we can get involved creating 1,000 thank yous at their schools. Just to think about the possibilities is really, really exciting to me. So I'm realistic. I expect miracles. We talk about culture. Let's change the culture in our schools where we expect miracles. That's one of the things that our school expects, and that we do whatever it takes, and that we are whoever we need to be to have that happen. So with that, I'm really, again, thankful to have been here. This is just the beginning, and I cannot wait to hear from you, to share more. I know I went right up until like 2 minutes before, but contact me online at my website. You can go there. There's a contact page. Please let me know what's going on. I'm really curious to hear what's out there now. So thank you all for joining us, and just spread inspiration, spread joy. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So, my name is Nancy Pinchov. I teach media and technology at Sheck Khalil Community School in North Miami Beach, Florida. And today I'm going to be talking to you about Tales of a First-Year Maker. This year was our first year doing a complete unit of Maker in our school for grades 3 through 5. I have seen Maker before, and I've thought, oh, that would be great, but I never really thought that I could do it, that I could pull it off and have a place and get it done. And so I never really, for like 2 years, I watched it and saw it and followed along with other people, but I didn't think that I could do it. So this was our first year doing Maker as a unit in a classroom. We did a Maker Club before that. Shalom Lev was with me. He presented earlier today at 12 o'clock. He has a Maker Moments with Shalom Lev Club that he does on Wednesdays. So we had done it on a small scale, but not to this size. So I'm going to share with you today our Maker unit. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up a share file, pull this up, and go. So this is Tales of a First-Year Maker. You can find all of this information at www.nancypinchov.com. You can tweet me at Pintabable. I love Twitter. I think it is the best form of professional development that I've ever done. I am on Twitter constantly. I participate in some chats. Sometimes I just lurk and listen and I don't participate, but I'm there listening. And you can tweet me today, and I'll be glad to share other information with you that I find. So this is my card. See, isn't that cute? I just made that. So here's your challenge today. Your challenge is going to be to create a zip line. Once you create your zip line, take a picture of it and tweet it out with hashtag Global Maker Day. And if you can, tag me in it at Pinchabable. And at the end, I'm going to show you a few zip lines that my students made during their Maker unit. Maybe give you a little idea of what you can do as well. So where it all began. At FETC, I saw several people talking about Maker for a couple of years, and at ISTE as well. And again, I thought that would be a great idea. That's cool, but I don't know that it's something I can do. I don't know if it's for me. And then I started a group called Girls Building STEAM. And one of our units that we did, I decided to do around Maker. So it was a group of girls that came in after school for 30 minutes, and we made stuff. And it worked, and it worked well. And so then the boys got mad because they didn't have a club, so we started boys steaming it up. And Shalom Lev came in, and he was the only boy that day, and I had other stuff going on, so he said, I'll just do it on my own. So I gave him the whole, everything we had, the Maker wall, and said, here, figure it out, and make something. So he created a catapult, and it worked, and it was fun, and he loved it. And so I started talking to him and asking him if he would start a club and do it himself. On Wednesday mornings is the day that he picked, and he started a club, and sometimes we have 2 people, sometimes we have 4 or 5. Usually no more than 8 show up, and that's a good number. And they make stuff, and they have made anything from musical instruments, and they made, excuse me, they've made games, they've played with the iPad and made things on the iPad. They worked with Makey Makey and made a controller for a video game. So there's all kinds of things that they have made, and the inspiration and the excitement that they get from when they come in and decide they want to make something really, really led to this whole unit that we created. So now I'm going to talk to you about our unit. We're going to talk about the directions that we had, the thinking plan, our resources and challenges. So this is our Maker Challenge direction page. And this is what we set up to do. Now, everything that we set up at the beginning of the unit didn't exactly happen, but this is what we wanted to happen. And just like with anything else, you never know exactly what's going to happen, but this is what we did. So they picked a group of people, 2 to 3 people, and some kids just work better alone. If they felt like they needed to be by themselves, then they worked alone, and that was fine. They selected a team name. Some of them were silly names, and some of them used the first letter of each person however they wanted to do it.
And then they came up with norms for how their team would work. And that was one of the most important things I wanted them to focus on, was how will you work? When you get together, what are you going to do every time? What are you not going to do? Is one of the more important things. So a lot of the kids talked about how they wouldn't be negative to each other, how they wouldn't get distracted, and they would focus on their work. They would listen to each other's ideas, and then they would vote. So that was their norms of how they were going to work. And I would remind them every time they came in, okay, remember your norms, look back over your sheet, talk about what you're going to do, and then get started. So this is something I had planned on doing that just didn't work out. I wanted them to select a specialty. So one person would take pictures during the Maker Challenge. One person would be the materials person who made sure that everything got to where it needed to be and got put up when it needed to be put up. That's something that I really should have put into place, because the materials was a challenge in itself. And then a communications person who made sure that their notes were complete and who talked to me if they needed something and made sure that I knew what was going on. We selected Maker Challenges, and I'm going to show you the list of Maker Challenges that I came up with. Then they were going to use their design thinking model, where step 1 is imagine. And then for step 2, they were going to plan their project. Then they created it, they tested it, and when they tested it, a lot of them realized it didn't work like they wanted. So they had to go back and they had to adjust, and they would go back again to test and adjust and repeat that as much as they needed to until they got it exactly where they wanted it. So here's the timeline that we created. We didn't exactly get the whole time that we wanted. We didn't use Edmodo, but I wish that we had. Instead, we just had a discussion of reflections instead of putting it onto paper or putting it onto Edmodo. And we ran out of space in our school. We just didn't have the room to do a Maker Museum, so we instead made a virtual Maker Museum, which I'm going to also show you today. So here is our Maker Challenge thinking form. I wanted them to put pen to paper before they ever picked up toilet paper rolls or marbles or whatever else they were using. And I wanted them to pick their topic and design what they wanted their end product to look like. Now, we talked a lot about how our design may not meet up with what the end product looked like, and that's okay. Because as we move along, we realize things don't always work how we wanted them to work. We did a brainstorm where we came up with what materials we could use. Could you use toilet paper rolls? Would you need paper towel rolls? Did you need something from Lowe's or Home Depot? So we had to figure out what was going on there. And then they needed to stop and look and think of what problems might we face as we go through this. And then as we worked through, they would also write down more questions as they came up with them of what they were seeing and what they needed to do. So now I'm going to share with you some of our challenges that they could choose from. To tell a kid just to make something was too much of an idea, even for me. So what I did was I searched online and came up with a lot of maker activities that could be done. And I created these challenge cards, and I put them on cardstock, colored cardstock, and laminated them, and I put them on rings. And so I read them out, and then I put them out as well, and the kids could go through and pick them. So here's a few of our challenges. Make a bridge that will hold 5 Jenga blocks. Well, the kids may not want to do 5 Jenga blocks. They may want to make it enough to build, to hold a card that goes across it, a car like a toy car. Or they may want to stack books on top of it and see how high they can go and how heavy it could be. So I never told them they couldn't do anything. These were their inspiration points, where to start. Create a zip line that will carry a penny, and I have one of those to show you. Create a catapult that will move a ping pong ball at least 2 feet. We did have one of those made, and it was effective. It worked. Make a car with wheels that will roll. We did manage to get that too. Create a musical instrument. Create a safe habitat for an insect. Instead of an insect, one of our kids made it for a lizard and then wanted to bring a lizard to school, and we said no. They also made one for a snail, and they caught a snail out on the playground and brought it in, but I made them take it home with them because I didn't want the snail to stay. Create a freestanding tower that is at least 3 feet tall. Create a marble maze. Create a pulley system to move 3 pencils from one location to another. An interesting thing that happened in 4th grade is that 2 of my kids picked this one, but they didn't want to move pencils. They wanted to combine this with the pet, so they made a pulley system that would move one of our kids' turtles, and it actually worked. I did not let them bring the turtle into class, but I did give them a stuffed animal, and we put the stuffed animal in, and we did it that way, and it worked, and it was great. Maker Challenge, create a working pinball game. We had one of these created by a 3rd grader that was phenomenal. It was amazing. Everybody, I still have it, and everybody just talks about it nonstop when I show them how great that one is. Create a chair that will hold a stuffed animal. Create a piece of jewelry with a hidden message. So I had some 3rd grade girls that did this one. They made bracelets, and their hidden message was they wrote, "I love you" backwards, and "everybody needs friends" backwards, and that was their hidden message. And that was pretty cool. It was something I didn't think of, but they did. Create a roller coaster that will carry a marble. That was our most popular of the challenges. We had lots of roller coasters, and one thing we discovered was we bought tubing. I bought tubing at Home Depot, and some of the tubing was smaller than the marbles we had, so that was another challenge we had to figure out. Design a new uniform for little students in lower school. This one was one of the most popular ones that we had, along with the marble. We have tons of new t-shirts to look at. We're going to be sharing them with our administration soon. I don't know that they will pick any of them, but it was a fun thing to do, and it was also gave the kids a way to have a voice in their in the overall school decisions. Create a new mode of transportation. I had a couple of boys in 4th grade work on this, and they created a football that transported people from one place to another. Now, some of these are grand ideas that, of course, couldn't happen, and some of them were actual things that did work. So it's up to the kid about what they want to make. Create a game that helps students practice learning. Design a new type of kippah to alleviate problems little students face. I teach at a Jewish day school. The boys are always losing their kippah, so that was a challenge that they could have worked on. Create something to solve a problem you face daily. We put that one in so it was more open-ended, so that's something they could build on themselves. Create an adjustable jump that the Sphero Ollie can use. So we have robots, and one of our robots is the Sphero Ollie. It's an off-roading robot, and it can do jumps and stuff. So we had 2 or 3 groups make one, including one that made a carrying case for the jumps and everything, and did a super job with that. Repurpose a puzzle to make a new game or puzzle. Create a bird feeder or a bird house. We had several animal type houses that were made. We had a lizard habitat that was made, so the kids could take what I had suggested and turn it into anything they wanted. Recreate a piece of artwork out of Legos. I went to Art of the Brick last year in Philadelphia during ISTE and saw the amazing artwork with Legos, and so I created that for them in case they wanted. I wish they had, because I think that would have been amazing. Create a safe to hide your valuables. I had a group of 3rd grade girls who worked on this. They made a safe out of a shoebox. They had they used Easter eggs to put jewelry in. They created a shelf to hang up, and then they attached. I had instruments, bells, and they attached the bells to the door of the safe. So when someone opened it, it would shake, and you would hear the bells and know someone was in your safe. Create a jewelry box. We had several different kinds of jewelry boxes. One combined a safe with a jewelry box because they hid the door to the jewelry box, and so you would just think it was the outside part. That was a very interesting idea. Create a cardboard piñata. Create a portable student desk. And that led us to what is the word portable? What does that mean? So that led us into a whole language arts discussion. Now let me show you our resources. Oops. I'll go back to here. I gave them multiple resources to look at to give them ideas, because a lot of times the kids had a great idea, but they didn't know where to start or how to do what they wanted to do. So I went on YouTube and found all of these different videos of how to make all of these different things. So there's zip lines, there's toilet paper tube roller coasters, a rubber band car, instruments. So they could go through this and watch what other people did and then get a better idea of how they could do it. Or if they had hit a problem with theirs, they could watch what someone else did and figure out from there what they could do to improve theirs. So there's all kinds of activities here. So they couldn't say, I don't know how, because there was a way to do everything, just about. And it also gave them a way to look at something before they committed to it to say, I want to do this. Well, maybe they don't want to do it. Maybe they realized that's not what they wanted to do. So instead, they could watch it beforehand, before they got all into it and decided it wasn't for them. They could watch it and decide. I did have a student make a paper wallet. That's one of the things here. She had made one before, and it was the coolest thing I've ever seen, but she wouldn't let me keep it. I tried to get her to let me keep it, and she said no. So the next thing that I want to show you is our virtual Maker Museum. You may go back and visit the Maker Museum anytime. If you go to my website, nancypinchev.com, you can see the link to the Maker Museum, and you can watch it anytime. These are all of our 3rd through 5th grade classes, and if you click on them, it will take you to a YouTube video that shares with you the project that those students in that class did. So there is a picture of the project, and then a video. So you can see what the different projects were for the different grades and the different classes. And you'll see, even once we get to this point, that sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, and that's fine. Tell us what you made. Show us the shirt. This is one of the safes. Now, this was a concept of a safe. Very nice. This is the pinball machine that everybody loves. What did you make? Dina, what did you like about the Maker Unit?
I like the Maker because I like about I learned to make computers that you could be creative and make stuff that you never
So that was one of our classes. And what they did. So our Maker Unit, again, was about student choice and student voice and letting them decide what they wanted to do. It was not the easiest thing I've ever taught, but it was certainly the best thing I've ever taught. It was the best because the kids were very much into this. They would come in and for their class, and I would say, all right, guys, today you have 25 minutes to work on your project. I'm here with the hot glue gun and the X-Acto knife if you need me. Otherwise, get busy. And they would start, and I would stop them. I would say, okay, we have 10 minutes until it's time to stop. And normally it would be, I would worry about it being really, really, really loud, but they didn't get that loud because they were working just with their partners. On occasion it would get loud, and I would say strike one, because we have a 3-strike rule for loudness and things like that. So they would get 3 strikes if they got too loud, and then we would stop working for a while, and they would have to sit a while, and they don't like that. So that was fine. We just kept going and didn't have a really big problem. And I would stop them at about 10 minutes to go and say, okay, we have 10 minutes. And I would say, okay, we have 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, we have to clean up. And they had pulled out all of this stuff because we had boxes and toilet paper rolls and anything you could imagine we had, and lots of duct tape. So they had to clean up before they could go. And I really didn't have time for them to go over because I usually have classes back to back. So they had to clean up, and they had to be done, and they had to get out of the room. And we had already set that up at the beginning of our unit that if you're not following these directions and you can't follow these rules, then we have to stop. And nobody wanted to stop. So I did not have that big of a problem with them cleaning up. Now, the quality of cleanup may not have been so great, but they did a phenomenal job of putting everything back and making sure their stuff got put back where it was supposed to, so nobody else would take their stuff. And then the next week they would come in and take it again. Because I have 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. There was probably 15 classes doing the Maker project at one time. And when you have that many people doing something like that, it can create chaos. And while my room was not the cleanest during that time, or ever, but during that time especially, there were boxes, but it was a neat chaos. And everything was put up because they didn't want to lose their stuff. I asked parents to bring in anything that was broken. The kids also, once they decided on their project, they went home and brought in what they thought they needed. I also took requests. The first 2 weeks, they wrote down anything they wanted me to buy, and I went to Dollar Tree. I spent lots of time at Dollar Tree. We have an amazing, huge Dollar Tree that's the size of like a Walmart. So I spent a lot of time there getting what they needed and not spending a lot of money. I think I probably spent $200 for all of our kids to do that project, which is not bad, and I was able to put it through our Maker grant. So because a lot of things we reused. So so I was able to fund things that way. And then the kids brought in things that they needed. They brought in a car from home if that's what they needed, or they brought in marbles when they needed them, or a pulley system, or whatever it is that they decided they wanted. If I didn't have it, they got it from home. And then I talked to our maintenance staff, and they gave us all the toilet paper rolls and paper towel rolls and boxes from the paper boxes that came in. And paper boxes were a great way that we were able to store the materials while it was being worked on. I put the name of each class on each box, and they could put their things in there. And once it got overflowing, sometimes we had 2 or 3 boxes or a big chip box instead. But that was able to help us organize things as well. This was the best thing that I've done as a teacher also, because it made the kids think. Because what they pictured in their mind and what they drew out, and then what they could actually do with the materials we had, were sometimes very different. So they wanted logs, big sticks, and they wanted to make it 10 foot tall. Well, my room's not even 10 foot tall. So they had to scale back and think of how they could do it. They wanted to create a zip line that went all the way across the media center from one shelf to the bottom of another shelf on the other side, but we couldn't leave that up all the time. That would be dangerous, and then that just couldn't happen. So they had to rethink their plans. It was a deep thinking, because even once you even if you make it and it's the most perfect thing in the world and then you test it, it doesn't always work like you thought it would. I had a lot of what could have been some major breakdowns from children, but instead of falling apart and saying, I quit because I can't do this, they would go, oh, it's not working. And I would say, oh, no, what are we going to do? And I never gave an answer because I didn't know what to do. My job was to hot glue and to use the X-Acto knife, and that's what I did. So they would have to come up with a way to solve it. And sometimes they would have to go and ask somebody else, how can I fix this because mine's not working? What are you doing? And can you help me with this? And so the thinking went to a whole nother level. So it was the best thing I've ever done because the kids' voice, they chose it, they picked it, they organized it, they did it, and because it led to a lot of deep, deep thinking. Not a worksheet doesn't do that. Not everything you do in the classroom causes them to think, and this caused them to think. They couldn't just Google the answer. Even if they did try to Google it, it would still not necessarily work because the materials that somebody else had might not be the materials we had, and so they had to work with what we had, so they had to think about it in a new and different way. And that's what made it so special. I have a cold, excuse me. Oh, okay. So that's what made this unit so special. The kids were thinking, they were in charge, and some of the third graders just told you in that video that they liked it because they got to work with their friends. They got to decide what to do. They got to put things together. They were using their hands. They don't get to do that a lot right now because teachers have a problem associating this playtime with learning. Well, Maker is not playtime. Maker is some deep, thoughtful stuff. And it really was the best thing I've ever done. Next year, we did it this year with 3rd through 5th grade. Next year, the plan is to increase it kindergarten through 3rd grade, but not all at the same time. Kindergarten through 2nd, we'll be doing a Maker project at one point in the year, and 3rd through 5th at another time. And we're going to integrate it into what they're doing in their, for kindergarten through 2nd, into their science curriculum. Kindergarten through 2nd grade is studying animals and plants, so their Maker unit will be something about animals and plants, whether they recreate an animal or a life cycle or a habitat. One of my ideas that it depends on the school and how we can work this out is to recreate and make an actual habitat. Right now we have a butterfly garden that's kind of fallen apart, so we could make it better. How can we improve the butterfly garden? Could be our essential question. Or could we take and make an actual aquatic habitat for turtles and other animals? So we have to see where it's going to go, where the kids want to go with it, where teachers want to go with it, and where I can go with it. For 3rd through 5th grade, their Maker projects will be all based on different things. 4th grade, their Maker project is going to be focused on the forts of Florida because that's something they study is Florida history. And they've done a project for years now where they bring in the dads and they create a fort using recyclable materials from home, boxes from oatmeal, Coke cans, whatever they can bring from home, they use it. This year, well, for next year, we want to take that and expand it. I want the kids to find actual forts. I want them to have the measurements and translate those measurements into a piece of paper. And so if it's 150 feet, how long is that on this grid, on a grid sheet? I want them to take that and put it into a 3D platform. And I want them to 3D print their fort. And then I want them to make the fort with all their recyclable materials and their dads from their 3D printed object. So we're taking it and expanding it, and it's not just about social studies. And we have math, and we have technology, and we have our parent involvement. So it's going to be more, and I'm not sure how it's going to work yet, but that's what I'm loving about this unit. I surprise myself with this because I like having, this is what my end product is going to look like. So I know where I'm going. I have to know. I need my plan. And with Maker, I was not in charge, and I did not know where it was going. And it went fabulous, and it ended up in an amazing place. So now I'm trying to step back and put that into a lot of the things that I do. So that's 4th grade. 5th grade, third grade is going to be making the 3 branches of government. I don't know how. That's what they're studying in social studies. That's what they're going to make when they come to my class. They can make it from trees. They can make it as an art piece. They can make it however they want to make it. But they're going to create somehow the 3 branches of government to show other people. Because another step that we figured out is if the kids are then teaching other people about this, then that, you know, that makes them learn more, and it gives them confidence, and then they're ready to stand in front of people, and they're ready to talk. So it's going to be interesting. We'll see how it goes. I can't remember right now what 5th grade is doing. I'll have to look back and see. But your challenge for me for today was to create a zip line. Now, that was one of the challenges that the students worked on in class. A lot of them chose zip lines, and there were lots and lots of different materials that they could use. So first I'm going to show you this zip line. This one is a zip line for a penny. One of our 5th grade students created this. It's a little slanted and falling apart now because I've had it for a couple of months, and I always show it off because I'm always amazed. So if you see what she created, she used popsicle sticks and duct tape. Everybody, I think, used duct tape on theirs in some way. And she has a piece of cardboard here where she actually has a penny. We had to find a penny because I didn't have one. And then she has yarn. So to make it work as a zip line, we have to move it. So she was finished within the first couple of weeks of our unit. So then we talked about, is there a way that you could turn this zip line and make it where you don't have to turn it? Because a zip line is supposed to work with force and not with me having to move it. So that became her next project, was to figure out how to make it better and how to make it work. Because hers, while working, if I turn it, that's not how a zip line works. If you're on a zip line and somebody says, wait a minute, and they turn so that it will move, that becomes a problem. It doesn't actually work as a zip line. It's more like a clothesline. But that became her next challenge. So she had to figure out how she could recreate this and make it into a real zip line. I had a group of boys in 5th grade who found the wire that I bought for jewelry making and used that along with, they had asked for dowels, the wooden dowels. So they had a long wooden dowel on top of a box, and then they had a smaller dowel on a smaller box, and they used the wire from the jewelry. Well, the first time they did it, their object that they were trying to move, this part, flew down because the wire was great. Well, they put it up because time was up. They went next week, they got it out again to test it, and the wire had kinked. And so it would go for a little bit and then stop. And then they have to push it to make it keep going. So then they had to figure out, how can we make this so that it will keep going even after we put it up and have to get it out and put it up and get it out. So it took them a while to figure out how to solve their problem as well. And then this is a group of 3rd graders, 3rd grade girls who created this. So here's from the top, and here's from the side. So they have a cup here that carries their object. Their object is a marble. So instead of the penny like was in the challenge, they decided to carry something else. So here's their item, and it moves. Now, they also decorated it. That was something that was important to them, completely different from the other kids who made it. Nobody else decorated theirs, but that was important. You can see that they also hot glued. I provided the squeeze for the hot glue gun, and they hot glued this down to hold it up. That was something they realized they needed to do, was to be able to hold it. And then we had to stop before they could perfect, because we only have a certain amount of time. We had to go into testing recently, so we only had a certain amount of time. So they realized that this can work in certain times, that the pipe cleaner can make it work, but that the pipe cleaner also can stop it. So they had to figure out, they never got to the point where they fixed it, but they had to figure out, excuse me, they had to figure out what they could use that would make their zip line go easier down the rod. So I had another group of 3rd grade girls who I worked with cutting out, they created a ladder out of cardboard. So I used the X-Acto knife and cut out all the steps of the ladder. And then they used a hemp rope to connect the two for the zip line. But the problem was the hemp rope was a lot thicker than this rope, and it had it was very rough, and so the object wouldn't move at all on it. So all of this was such deep thought because nobody made it the same, and nobody's really worked all the way through. They had to figure out what's going on. How can I fix this? And it became a huge deal with them because they, excuse me, because they had to figure out how to make it work. And some of them never got to where they were perfection. It was not many people got to the end and said, yes, this is perfect, this is what I did. A lot of them had to say in their videos, my intention is to make this is where I am now, I want to continue by doing this. And some of them took theirs home afterwards, and they're still working on it because they want to get it done and they want to have it right, and they were very excited about it. I've never seen a kid take a worksheet home because they were excited about it. I've never seen a kid say, please, can I come in after school and do that worksheet again? But I had kids who were coming in after school to work on their projects. I had kids who came in before school and said, can I just fix this because it wasn't working right and I just want to get it done? I had 2 boys who made a car, and the wheels were made out of plates from the cafeteria. And the wheels that they made at first just would not roll. They didn't fit right. And so they came to school early 2 days, the week before their project was due, or the week that their project was due, and redid the wheels until they were at least movable. And that was their goal, was to get that car to move on its own. So they had cereal boxes, they had skewers, and they had plates. And then they put fake candles on the front for the headlights. So they worked so hard, and then they decided, you know what, this is not exactly what we planned on, but they made a trunk in the back of their car so it could carry something too. Just because they couldn't get it exactly right, but they wanted to have something special on their car. And that was 2 5th grade boys who gave up free time. I had kids who wanted to come in for recess and instead of going to recess, wanted to work on Maker. So I think that this is something amazing. I think that this is something that can change the world because kids grab it and they love it and they get frustrated, but they don't quit. Not one of my kids in 3rd through 5th grade quit. Nobody in special ed, nobody in regular ed, nobody in ESOL, nobody in Learning Center. Nobody quit. They got frustrated. They would stop and sit back for a little while, but they never gave up. And that was just amazing to me, that I could help them figure out a way to keep working. Or even, not even me. Some of them didn't even come to me and ask for help. They went to other kids in the class, or they would ask their parents when they got home, and then they would come in and work on it again. And they never gave up, and that was just the coolest thing. I have loved this Maker unit, and I'm very excited that we're going to continue it. I'm very excited to continue Shalom Loves Maker Club in the mornings, where kids can come in and make and do whatever they want. And I'm excited to see what happens with this, because I think that the more kids can learn, and the more kids can direct themselves, I think the better that this is going to be, and I'm very excited about it. If you would like more information about my projects and what we're doing in my class, feel free to email me, nancypinchev@gmail.com. You can get to me that way. You can go to my website, nancypinchev.com, or you can tweet me at Pinchevable. Penchev, Penchevable. I have to think about how to spell it every time. So at Penchevable is my Twitter. Tweet me, and I would love to share with you and learn from you as well. Because like I said, first year, it's going to grow and it's going to change, and I'm not going to be in control and have control over everything, and the kids are going to fly, and it's going to be amazing. And I can't wait to see what they create. And I can't wait to see what you create with your zip line. So get to working and figuring out how you can create a zip line from things around your house. You can make it as simple or as complex as you want. It can be long, it can be short. My hope is that you do it with kids maybe in the neighborhood this summer even, figuring out a zip line that can carry a water balloon and drop it off. Or treats for the dog. Oh, that's a good one. So figure out what you can do. Figure out what you can make and make it. Share it with me. Share it with hashtag Global Maker Day so we can see what you're doing. And I can't wait to learn more about what you're doing with your maker. Please share with me so I can see and be inspired by you as well. All right, I have to go do carpool now. So thank you very much, and I hope you have a great day.
My name is Ann Smart, and I live in Adrian, Michigan, in the United States. And up until October, I worked for Adrian Public Schools. And Adrian Public Schools is where I graduated from school and went to Adrian College. And then my husband and I moved away and decided to move to Washington, the state of Washington, where I taught for 6 years. And then we moved our family back to Adrian. We love the community. My family was here, and I ended up working for Adrian Public Schools. So my kids started going through Adrian Public Schools, and just this past year, I ran what was called the APS Makers Club. And I'm going to kind of take you on a journey on how I started that, and then kind of some of my tips and tricks on things I learned starting the Maker Club, and just kind of what happened through the year and what I've learned. So let's go. Again, my name is Ann Smart. I work for Jackson County ISD now. I'm an ed tech consultant, so I work with teachers in the classroom. But as far as technology goes, you know, we look at lots of different multimedia, so we're not just technology. We do a lot of makerspace and STEM activities in the classroom also. Today, like I said, we're going to talk about what students and teachers gain from a makerspace and how to get started. Materials and funding and the prep and logistics of starting your own makerspace. 2014, I believe, is when the Lego movie came out, and my kids were obviously really excited about the movie, and so we went and saw it, and we bought some of the books, and as I was reading one of my son's books one night, this was one of the pages, and let you take a second and read it to yourselves. And what really hit me there was the part, even though it's, made to be kind of funny, but, Cloud Cuckoo Land is the happiest, most creative place on the universe. And at the time, I had then second grader, now third grader, starting to kind of lose that love of school and that creativity. And I had my son was going to be going into kindergarten. And, it really hit home as school has kind of become that place where, unfortunately, we in the United States haven't had the time to do the most creative things. I remember back in elementary school, my favorite things to do in school was to play, create, and make things in the classroom. My friend and I were actually talking about kindergarten the other day, and I can remember so many things vividly, and she's like, why do you think that is? And I said, it's because I was having fun. So just my goal here is to try to kind of bring fun back into the schools. In Michigan, we have the McCall Conference, which is in March. It stands for Michigan Association of Computer Users and Learners. And 2 years ago in 2015, we decided to do a gigantic makerspace. I kind of got dragged in and helped to volunteer and didn't really know what I was getting myself into. But what we did is we set up a bunch of these booths where people, basically like a maker fair, where people could go around and see new things and try out some cool things that you might put in your makerspace. And after I was done volunteering, you know, I had a lot of friends that were there, and we were laughing because we were saying, man, we wish we had a selfie stick because we were taking all these cool things. And it hit me. I was like, well, I'm in a makerspace, so I could make one. So I ran around for a good, half hour looking for materials to make a selfie stick. And you can see here I ended up with some cardboard, some duct tape, and a ruler. My cell phone is in there. And, it's fun because we were able to take some pretty funny pictures with this thing I had created. But what I found myself doing was I was in this kind of zone of, I'm going to get this done. I'm going to make this. I have a purpose. I have a passion. I have a reason to make this. And I kind of stopped and thought, why? I would love to bring that to kids again and bring that feeling again to kids of when they're just so into building and creating, they kind of get in that zone. So I ran back to my kids' school, and I know the principal pretty well, and I pitched this idea of starting a maker club. The idea was to do a 1 hour after school program in the fall, where we'd have 10 kids sign up, and 10, I just thought 10 was a good number, kind of start small. Have 10 kids sign up and do makerspace. I really didn't know what I was going to do, how I was going to do it, didn't know where I was going to get the money for it, but he was all about it and on board. He had me pitch it to the staff. So what I did is, this is I'll share this link out under the hashtag, and what this is it's a Google Draw. So all these links are actually live when you click on them. So be able to watch a little video on Makerspaces. All these links are live here. But so I pitched to the staff. They were still kind of not quite really understanding where I was going, but luckily the staff's awesome and allowed me to continue with the progress of putting together this makerspace. I didn't know quite where I was going to get funding from. We had our school district does they do like grants through a foundation, and so I sat with the school improvement team at the end of May, and we decided that we would write a grant for the school. And then I wrote one individually, and we ended up getting $1,500 for the space. We'll talk about funding in a little bit also, but it was kind of, rewarding to get that money, and felt good. And so I was able to go out and purchase the materials for the space. A few things that, as I read and discovered and learned on my own about makerspaces, and then ended up seeing in the makerspace, is that students, I'm a big believer, and this is kind of my soapbox, in the United States, unfortunately, I'm afraid that makerspaces will become a standard. People are going to start standardizing them or making them kind of part of their, making it part of their curriculum where you have to do these things. And what I found in a makerspace is that the kids just love to have the time to sit and collaborate with each other, share their knowledge with each other. They had passion about the things they were making. They just had time to invent, create, to teach each other, explore. But the critical thinking and the constructing of knowledge that they did just during that hour weekly was amazing to me. To see, this picture, my son and his friend, the things they were able to create out of cardboard, and just have fun doing it. One thing that was kind of eye-opening to me is the 3rd and 4th graders. This was done young 5s through 4th grade. The 3rd and 4th graders, some even 2nd graders, had a really hard time the first 2 weeks with what to do. They really thought I was going to tell them what to do with the materials. They thought I was going to give them kind of the to-do list, and tell them where they were needed to go. And it was really hard for them to understand that I wasn't going to give them much direction. And, obviously I showed them a few things like Kane's Arcade, and I showed them some examples of other things that maker spaces and maker people have made. And that kind of got the ball rolling, but it was really hard for some of the older kids to get in that mindset. I'm going to skip this part right now. So how we got started is, first, obviously, as a staff, we had to decide kind of the when and the where. of the makerspace. What we decided is we would use the old gym area. So we took, in our school, there's a gym and then there's a stage. So what the principal decided is that the stage would kind of be the place where we would house the makerspace materials, and then the gym we could use because it has fold down tables for lunch and things like that. So it worked out great. Storage was an issue. We're looking at more possibilities for storage for next year, but it kind of just became throw all your stuff in the corner until next week. So storage is definitely something, if you're going to start a makerspace, to think about. I did have a room downstairs where I could store materials, but every week going up and down and remembering what was down there and what wasn't, got a little cumbersome. And the kids too, one thing to think about is these kids wanted to create these really cool things out of cardboard. And we had some pretty big pieces going, like you saw in this here. This was a helicopter the kids were making every week. To store that somewhere got a little tougher and tougher every week as they build it onto it. So when you're thinking of storage, is there a place where you'll be able to keep their creations together for the following weeks? We decided that we do a little bit of low tech and high tech, so we did a little bit of a mix of both. But I think that's important to think about in your makerspace. If you don't have a lot of money, you're more than likely, are going to stick with low tech materials, which is great. I think that's the best way to do it. But I had the money, so I spent that on the high tech materials. In a little bit, you'll see the list of things that I did purchase with that money. For $1,500, I was able to get quite a bit. I was pretty surprised. Like I said, write grants. Donors Choose is a great way. Even just going to the community members and asking, if there's some local businesses that have things they can donate, or even if they'd like to purchase or donate money to the club. I even next year will probably charge a fee. What happened is I ended up wanting only 10 and I ended up getting 20 kids, which was probably a little too many, but it was great. It was nice having all 20 of them. But next year what I would probably do is charge at least $10 just for the fee of getting the consumable materials. Get yourself some PD, like if you're attending this now or watching this later, this is a great way to get yourself some knowledge. I even suggest go to maker fairs this summer. Get yourself there's a local maker space in the area. Get yourself there and kind of see what's going on. And if there's any conferences this summer that you can attend that have makerspace topics, I just suggest going and hearing all the different things that people have to say. Every makerspace is different. Everybody is different how they run it. So, getting as many ideas as you can. That was something I didn't do. I just kind of winged it, and it still turned out pretty well. So, it's all in you. If you can get some students and parents to, obviously you want students, but get parents. If you can get parents to help out, you're golden. Because it's kind of interesting at first, with most after-school programs, it's for the parents that are like, whew, I have to pick up my kids till 5, or 5:30 we had, and you get that little bit of extra time. And so the first 2 weeks, I didn't see many parents. And then third week, a few more parents showed up a little earlier. And then they would come a little bit earlier. And then by the end of the 10 weeks, they were there pretty much the entire time because they wanted to get their hands on the makerspace and help the kids. And they were helping them build and hold things and help plug things together. And as you saw, the one parent in the box, he was helping them. They needed help hooking it up. And so the parents really, really, really started to enjoy coming to that space also and working with their kids. They started to build a lot of community with the parents and the students. I got to know some parents pretty well, and they got to know each other. And, it was really cool to see the community like that come together. Materials was, like I said, I bought a lot of non-consumables. But my consumables I got from donation and collection. I just simply asked, hey, I need paper toilet paper rolls. I need, if anybody can grab us some, wiring. If anybody can get us some string, some glue. Just every few weeks I'd send out like hey, this is kind of what we need. Parents always sent bags of stuff with kids. Goodwill and Salvation Army. It's a great spot to go. Goodwill, actually, one of my makerspace parents actually runs the Goodwill here in Lenawee County, and he was telling me that they actually have to charge to have cardboard taken out of the Goodwill. So he was more than happy to have me come up, pick up a load of cardboard every week. They also have room where kind of just the stuff that's not going to sell goes. And he was more than willing to open that door for me to grab stuff from there. We have a really great place in Ann Arbor, Michigan called the Scrap Box. So it's something to check out maybe in your area if you have a place like this. The Scrap Box is basically like a resale place for art supplies. So you go in and you can buy like a half a pack of pipe cleaners for 50 cents and, you know, half a thing of foam board for $1. So people recycle their art supplies. And then on the other side, they bring in from all the industrial places around town, they bring in all their little cutouts, foam cutouts and pieces that just are, you know, kind of in these random packaging materials. So you could sift through a huge bin of foam sticky things or just little plastic pieces and some wiring and some netting and things like that that they just literally donate to this place. They even had a whole tub of just right Nike shoes, you know, toothpaste holders, things like that that they just get rid of and they bring to this place. And you can just for $7 fill up an entire bag full of just stuff. And the kids loved it. You can see here in this picture, my son, as part of this is he's got a cup there and then some of the sticky materials to kind of hold it together. And those little orange pieces were literally just orange plastic sticks. And he made himself a Star Wars shooter thing. So the art teacher was very willing to kind of lend some materials and what she had that was, you know, was going to waste, give that to us. Like I said, I do have that starter list right here. When you click on that, it'll take you to the starter list I have, which you can kind of look in there and check out once it loads. Check out materials that I purchased through the Makerspace, and it's taking a while to load, but you'll be able to click on that when I go back. Whoops, sorry. Maker Shed is another place. I didn't buy a lot from Maker Shed, but it was a great place to get some ideas for my Makerspace, what I was going to buy. Mindware and Fat Brain Toys were two other places that I constantly were looking at, and I did buy a few things from all three places. Funding, like I talked about, I wrote a grant. I did link the grant verbiage here that I used for you to look at. You know, beg, borrow, steal is how I always say it. So that's there for you. And I talked about, you know, I'm going to probably ask for a Makerspace fee this summer. I'm actually going to run a space. I'll have to ask for a little bit of money for that. And like I said, beg, borrow, steal, use your community resources. I had a parent, the Goodwill parent, then I also have a parent that owns a engineering company here in town, and she brought in tubing and motors and wiring and all this cool stuff for the kids that I could have never provided. So something to think about when you are doing that. Some of the logistics. It's pretty chaotic at first, for me at least it was. It was an after school. So the kids got down there after school and were really excited and wound up, which was great. So I literally let them run around for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes before we even got any materials out. Like I said, at first it was hard because some of the kids didn't do well with me not giving them directions. So we had some poutiness and some frustration because they just didn't quite understand what I was asking them to do. But we got through it. You know, you'll need to set the expectations of the space. And I never took a picture of ours. I wish we did. You know, it was be respectful, be responsible for your stuff. All this stuff that usually goes along in a classroom. The one thing we did not do the first night, which we ended up doing the second night, was setting up cleaning expectations, because after the first night, they all left and I was standing there with a gym full of blah, right? Everything was everywhere. So the next week we were sure to set up some cleaning expectations and making sure that everybody takes care of their stuff. And if it's not your stuff, you can still take care of it. I laugh because I tell people, yes, kids will run with scissors. I had a parent that works at the school come in and was a little freaked out because there were kids running all over the place. They had scissors in their hands. And we obviously would tell them to slow down and not run with scissors, but they get so excited that, it's hard to stop them. It's hard to, when they're throwing tape, dispensers across to each other, rolls of duct tape are going flying across the gym. You just kind of have to be a little more. For me, it was just I had to kind of lay back a little bit and, hey, let's roll it this time. Let's not throw it, so they were pretty excited. Kids, like I said, kids will cry and so will some adults. There's a few tiers of the sharing piece, learning how to share properly, and something didn't work. I saw a lot of tears when something didn't work or something broke down. But I think that's part of all the learning with the students is that perseverance and the try again. And, they're learning so much during that time. Some of the logistics that, kind of has helped me, and when I talk to others, now, and especially as I share starting makerspaces with other teachers, it's almost start small. Go with something that you're knowledgeable in. So if you're not comfortable with, circuitry, don't have it in your makerspace. Have stuff that you're comfortable with. Then bring that stuff in later as either you learn more about it or that you see a student that might have more of a passion for it and a more of an understanding for it, and maybe that's something that you bring into your space for them. And that kind of goes along with Laura Fleming's here, first part of understanding your learners. Start hearing what they like to do and what kind of materials they think they would like, and as they use the materials, what can you build upon. With the $1,500 grant I got, I didn't spend it all at once. I spent about half of it and then saved the rest of it for later on as I kind of learned what the kids liked and wanted to use. Or you can do what I did and just go for it. I have that personality. I have a personality of let's just go big or go home. So I just went for it and did it all. As I look back, it is easier now as I help teachers to start smaller. But my personality allows me to kind of do that. Team up. It's pretty cool right now. I have a school district that the teachers, there's 4 of them, and they really want to start a maker space, but they're kind of nervous about it. So what they decided to do was each teacher kind of takes a piece. So one teacher is going to doing the engineering part. One teacher is doing more of the robotics. When I say robotics, she's doing Ozobots. Another teacher is doing stop motion, and another teacher is doing Osmos right now. So what they do is a few times a week for just an hour at the end of the day, they rotate the kids and they get to go to those spaces. So it's just an engineering space where they're building and creating, but they get to do that for an hour. And so it takes some of the pressure off the other teachers to do all of it. They can just do one piece of it. And then as the kids are working, they walk around, because their classrooms are real close, they just walk around each other's classrooms and learn from each other and learn from the students. So I thought that was a pretty cool way to do that. Like I did, I made a club. You can start small, or go big, go home. Whoops. Sorry. What time of your day could change? My son's teacher, who's amazing, Lori Shandy, she started taking the time at the end of her day, which was always there. She calls it student planning time. It's time for them to plan on something that they want to do for fun at the end of the day. That's her time to pack up and answer some emails, get the folders going home. And again, she's a kindergarten teacher. But now she's starting to add more of the maker mentality. So she's adding, time for kids to explore with Wonder Dash and Dot robots and Spiros and Ozobots. And then she has a cardboard station and just kind of a creation station is what she calls it. She has Legos and things like that all around the classroom. For just a half hour, the kids get to go to one of those spaces and create and play. The other thing, a lot of people, we know that the maker movement is big in the librarian world and the media center world. That's something where I guess if you have a great relationship or your librarian is willing to do that in your school, like I said, get to know them, get to start bribing them to use that space. It is a great space. It's a great place for the resources, the technology to go. So I tell people if you're looking for a space and you're trying to brainstorm where to go, start with your librarian and see if they're on board, and if they can come and watch a few times to kind of understand what you're talking about, and maybe you'll get them on board. One thing I did do with my Maker Club kids is I let them take home some of the materials and explore them for the week, because we only met once a week. And so I wanted them to have more time with some of the devices and tools that we had. So what I did is it was kind of checkout system, and each week one kid got to take home something. This is a picture of one of my Maker Club girls. She took home a Wonder Dash robot there, and they played with it for the week. I was sure to give kids materials that I knew they had access, if they had access to an iPad or some sort of tablet at home, that they'd be able to run it. If not, I gave them something that wasn't reliable upon a device, like Little Bits. I would send those home. I would send Makey's home, so if they had a computer at home, they could at least plug that in. But I think that was really helpful, because then the kids could come back and kind of teach each other more about the tool or device that they played with, and it took that off of me to have to learn everything about every tool I had purchased, because I still didn't know. When I ordered a Wonder robot, I really didn't know too much about it. Same thing with Spiros and Little Bits, but as the kids took them home and played with them, they were able to show me and teach me some cool things. So, if that's something you can do, I highly encourage to send those materials home with kids. My son's teacher now does that with her materials. She sends home the materials with the kids that would like to take them home. Their parents are okay with that. Obviously, she has a little write-up and a signature that goes home to, if something happens to it, you are responsible for it. So that's how she handles it, but I think it's a great idea. So our end goal for Maker Club was to host a Maker Night, basically a little mini Maker Fair for our school. What the goal and the purpose was for the students to be the ones running the stations at the Maker Fair or Maker Night, so that the teachers didn't have, because a lot of our after-school program thing, or after-school nights, the teachers are in charge of. And I wanted this to be something where the teachers did not have to be in charge of it. They could actually come and enjoy it and learn. So the students, the last 3 weeks, were in charge of getting to know something really well to be able to teach it. So they divided themselves up, and each of them took a material or a tool, and were in charge of kind of setting up a station. They designed what their station was going to look like. They decided what they were going to do in the station, what kind of maybe the challenge was they were going to have people do at that station. Just kind of basically they designed that table or that space. And then the last 2 weeks, they prepared and making signs for the space, getting anything collected or made that they needed to make as examples. And then on Maker Night, we ran Maker Night. And this flyer that you see here is something that we gave to all the parents and community members that walked in the door, something they could get a quick reference to for what was in the space, and then links to later on if they wanted to go back and learn more about or order their own. This is a video that I put together. I'm just going to play it. It's about 4 minutes of that Maker Night.